the Trump administration was seeking some sort of game changer, the game of hybrid war and economic terrorism and regime change having not worked, I believe, unfortunately, that they're just opting for open war, which, again, unfortunately serves the re-election interests of Benjamin Netanyahu and could potentially even serve the re-election interests of Donald Trump, despite the fact that he initially ran on and was popular for his statements against eternal stupid wars, as he called them. So, again, whether or not, this is Trump involved himself in the planning, or this is the neocons.
Do you think that would be the case, that it could lead to the possible re-election of President Donald Trump? I'm thinking I think if we ask the 4,500 the families of the 4,500 American soldiers that were killed in Iraq from 2003 to 2009, in that short time span, it wasn't a very pretty picture for American troops in Iraq. In addition to the 25,000, I believe, or it could be 30,000. I'm not the exact precise number. I'm not. I need to check to confirm. But casualties that as a result of the American invasion, which only lasted from 2003 to 2009. And if you look at Afghanistan, where the 18-year war is a much lower casualty number among American figures, whereas in Iraq it was much higher. So, and if you're talking about open conflict,
but let's just remember, President Bush was re-elected in 2004 after it came out that there were no weapons of mass destruction and that he had lied the United States into this horrific war in Iraq. And so my point is that, unfortunately, there's an American historical tradition.
Let me just stop you there for a second, Mr. Yaghoubian, and then I'll let you continue. Go ahead, continue with your head. There's breaking news reaching us here on PressTV that the former Islamic Revolution Guards Corps commander Mohsin has vowed severe revenge against the United States. He was and that's saying something. They've assassinated one of the top commanders of Iran's military figures, generals, and the breaking news that we're receiving is that the former commander of the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, Mohsin, has vowed severe revenge. That's quote, severe revenge against the United States. Go ahead, Mr. Yaghoubian.
Just to finish that point, President Bush, G.W. Bush Jr., was re-elected in 2004 after lying the United States into the Iraq War and after, joking about, oh, there's no WMD under this desk. Any political observer would have thought that he would have lost, but unfortunately there's an American political tradition of, as they say, not changing horses in midstream, essentially during a war, not voting out a sitting president in a time of war. And so it could go either way. Again, Donald Trump was elected by many, and many voted for him because of his very strong wording against and his attacks against the ongoing eternal and stupid wars, as he called them. But at the same time, you have this hardcore right-wing, neoconservative, Christian Zionist element that they really love war. There isn't a war that they haven't loved in American history. The military-industrial complex certainly loves any war that it can generate. And so this is why it could cut either way for Donald Trump. And so again, just back to my point, whether or not Trump is the driver of this, I do believe that his neoconservative underlings, and specifically Mike Pompeo, were looking for a game changer, and the events over the last week to week and a half following the death of the American contractor have so rapidly escalated that I can only conclude that this is the Trump administration's attempt to create open war between the United States and Iran.
Okay, Mr. Yaghoubian, stay with me. Let me just get back to Edward Corrigan. Mr. Corrigan, do you think the United States, or do you think President Trump can afford a war, another American war in Iraq and in the Middle East? Do you think that would lead to his re-election? Should there be a conflict?
Well, I have to agree that that people tend to rally around the flag if there's a war or conflict, and of course Donald Trump is facing an impeachment inquiry, so this would be an argument that would deflect attention away from his own impeachment and his own high crimes and misdemeanors that he has undoubtedly committed. But the Republican Party is rallying around him, and I certainly do not see the Republican-controlled Senate actually impeaching Donald Trump over this, even though it's quite clear that there are multiple offenses that clearly he could be impeached for. But this rallying around the flag, as the professor said, this is unlikely. It's difficult to to see what's going to happen. And even like in the First World War, the U.S. president campaigned on a platform of keeping the United States out of World War I. But once he won the election, so much pressure was put on him, and there was a lot of manipulation on the part of British intelligence, and they deliberately put the Lusitania into a war zone, and it was loaded, filled up with arms. And when they sank it, that was the media whipped the drums of war, and ultimately Woodrow Wilson actually reversed himself and went into the war blaming what was clearly a deliberately provocative act, and to provide a pretext to go into World War I. In World War II, there's a lot of interesting debate and discussion over what really happened at Pearl Harbor, and that the Americans were trying to manipulate and push Japan into making some sort of strike against the United States, so the United States could step up and take over much of the world, as they did at the end of the war. The reality is that Britain and France lost the Second World War, but the Russians, Soviet Union, and the United States were the big winners. And this is, so certain people, I think it's bad for the country, but the military-industrial complex, which President Eisenhower warned us about, will make tons of money. They don't care. It's not their kids who are going to get killed. They're going to make tons of money. They can, manipulate and expose or extort the money from the taxpayer, because they need this, and they need to have a war. It's the idea that the United States needs perpetual war, and much of the American economy is in fact funded by this type of action and unlimited funding for war. And they've had the budgets there and massive increases, but when the people suffer and the soldiers that put their lives on the line for reasons that quite often they don't understand or don't make sense, these are the type of things that will blow up. Most people don't know that the reason why the Americans really withdrew from the Vietnam War is that there was almost an insurrection on the part of the U.S. soldiers on the ground, that they were refusing to fight, and they were what they called fragging their officers, or trying to lead them into attacks. And that's why the Americans really pulled out. But I'm sure less than 0.1% would know of that reality. But the Americans on the ground, they manipulated the information, controlled the information. But when they lost control of the narrative, then the support for the war, and in fact there was conscription, and many people were protesting and fighting against that they learned the lesson. They need to control the narrative and all the images and warfare. But when you had people in the New York Times, the Pentagon Papers, the Washington Post, other leading American institutions that were a part of the mainstream who came out against the war, support for the war collapsed. But now the Pentagon, they say, well, we have to control the narrative, make sure that we always look like the good guys, we're always winning, and we can't let people know what the truth is. And eventually it does come out, but it was it didn't. If anything, it helped Nixon get in and brought Johnson so he couldn't run, and the Democrats lost that election. But in the end, foreign policy remains the same. It was always a war strategy, perpetual war, and the money that the military-industrial complex funds into the main parties, kept it all going. And of course, they make tons of money and really, don't suffer. And if they say, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. We didn't know there weren't no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We didn't, know that Iraq had no involvement with the 9/11 attacks. And, they say, but there's no penalty for that. But if you tell the truth, there's a penalty that, a lot of the the military-industrial complex, a lot of the national media, a lot of the politicians will come out and attack you. And it's the people who tell the truth that get punished. And the liars, they say, oh, I made a mistake, so sorry. But it goes on, and they keep repeating the same mistake over and over again by lying to the public. And if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, this is not just a mistake, this is policy.
Now, the pictures you're seeing, the footage that you're seeing above on your screen, PressTV can't confirm the authenticity of these images, but they are allegedly the aftermath of the attack that led to the assassination of General Soleimani and the deputy commander of Iraq's popular mobilization units, Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, at Baghdad International Airport. Mr. Yaghoubian, the Zionist lobby would be celebrating. Israel is celebrating today. Perhaps the Saudis are celebrating, and the warmongers in the White House are celebrating. Again, I have to come back to this point. Who do you think is going to have the last laugh here?
Ultimately, the countries such as China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, those countries that truly seek a multilateral political, geopolitical framework that adhere to international law, and by doing so bolster the prospects for smaller nations and nations, for example, that aren't armed to the teeth with nukes. Ultimately, the future is theirs. This is clear. The Belt and Road Initiative cannot be turned back. The United States cannot erase the fact of a newly integrated Eurasia. The United States cannot end the slide of the dollar as the global reserve currency, and what's going on right now, especially rapidly in the last few weeks, the interest in the shift to gold reserves over dollar reserves. And so ultimately, I know as a fact that the last laugh will be had, and it might be an unfortunate last laugh because no one, I believe, truly interested in international law and multilateralism wants this, and they don't see the world as a sort of quid pro a zero-sum game effort where you win and others lose, and that's the only way to go about international relations. But in the short term, I've just been thinking the last few hours about how dangerous a dying and decomposing empire is, and again, for a few years I've been mentioning this in my PressTV appearances, that the United States is going to be leaving the Middle East, and it is already going to be pulling out of Africa, and the dollar is sliding globally, but there are going to be a few years of great danger and peril for the rest of the world as the empire folds in on itself and the house of cards comes down. This comes with Caligula-like political leadership such as Donald Trump, and the ability for truly evil people such as the neoconservatives to regain their foothold in the American government and continually push for eternal war. So in the short term, unfortunately, there are going to be some laughs held by the warmongers and by the Zionists. In the long term, the future will be held by those who are interested in and adhere to multilateralism and international law. But unfortunately, this is going to be a period of peril and as we've seen today, unfortunate loss of life and needless suffering.
Mr. Yaghoubian, who's the ultimate target here? Is it Iran, or is it the popular mobilization forces in Iraq, and trying to deter them from, restrain them from growing in strength? Let's not forget that the popular mobilization forces, they essentially led the war against Daesh, Takfiri terrorists in Iraq, and they managed to do so with, at the time, I remember American generals saying just the battle for Mosul would take 10 years to complete, but they conducted it, and they liberated all of Iraq's territory in 3 years, and Mosul was liberated in 7 months. And the mobilization was done with one decree by Ayatollah Sistani in June 2014 that mobilized, 4 million people registered to volunteer. Who's America scared of? Is it the Popular Mobilization Forces that they're trying to target here, or is it Iran?
I would say it is both, but more broadly, any nation or group that seeks to remain independent, that does not, if you will, kiss the imperial ring of the United States and its Zionist overlords, will be targeted. Even those groups such as Daesh cells on the Golan front are favored by Israel if they agree not to attack Israel and potentially make an agreement to allow Israel to seize permanently the Golan Heights. So it's not about ideology. It's truly about who will bow to the will of the U.S. empire and to the apartheid state of Israel, and who will not. And so back to that list of independent countries that seek multilateralism and the rule of international law, this is why they are on the proverbial bad guy list, if you will. Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Iran, China, Russia, and look at the treatment that all of them receive. They are all continually vilified in American mainstream media. Back to the issue of investigations, Russia is accused of the Novichok attack in Britain when all evidence provided actually supports the idea that was a complete inside job and a false flag. I could raise the issue of Duma or the Khan Sheikhun attack, and so unfortunately, this is I believe the current configuration of reality in their unfortunate and mistaken view.
Mr. Corrigan, when the United States or when the U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper says that there's indications of Iran or its forces planning attacks against the United States, and they make these statements on a regular basis to justify such an like, as you see today, early Friday morning, the assassination of General Soleimani and the deputy leader of the Popular Mobilization Forces. Is that justified in your? And then they don't provide. The point is that they don't provide any evidence to back up their claims. It's we're seeing a regular pattern here now with the United States, where they make these statements. We're acting in defense. There's indications that Iran or its force or what they so-called forces planning additional attacks. Why would they make such statements without providing any evidence?
Well, the first point is that nobody questions their statements and nobody asks them for their proof. And as I said, this is policy, because they keep lying and lying and lying and even fabricating evidence, or just go ahead and then nobody questions it. It's the odd person in the alternative press will go out and actually do the research and say, well, where's your evidence? Of course, if the Americans had real evidence, they would be trumpeting it and setting it out. And they're very good at manipulating the policy positions that the American public and other countries are supposed to get. But I actually think there's a broader game going here. Any country that wants to be independent, stands up for itself, believes in the right of its own people to have their own sovereignty and not to bow to the wishes of the Americans. So there was a coup orchestrated by the Americans and Christian Zionists in Bolivia. There's the undermining and attacking Venezuela. You have right now, Bolivia is having a big political spat with Mexico and Spain over the overthrow of the government, and they want to recognize going to move their embassy to Jerusalem, recognize Israel's annexation of land from the West Bank, which is almost universally condemned. But they want to make examples of this. But the Americans are so brazen in that they're also threatening Germany. They're threatening the European Union. They are the Germans. The Americans are trying to sanction people who want to build a pipeline from Russia to Germany, and it makes eminent sense that the Germans would get access to as many sources of energy as they need, and the Americans are in a very actually crude manner trying to bully people. So you see the European Union, which is an economy even bigger than the United States, being pushed around, and people don't like that. And when you're pushing the European Union around and trying to extort more money from them, for American troops being stationed there, same thing with Japan, same thing with Korea, South Korea, and all of this is going on. So there's a big broader game. We will make an example of anybody that wants to be independent of us, and we will kill some of their top people. We'll show that we can do it with impunity, and that's supposed to send a message to other countries of the world that are going to try to look after their own interests and not, bow to the Americans' interests. And so there's a larger issue here. Yes, I agree with Professor Yaghoubian, almost completely, but there's a bigger game here, and this is forcing other countries to bow to the American will, to the to the state of Israel, the Jewish state, and to try to impose their will. But it's ultimately it's not working. And when you're bullying and pushing people around and trying to dictate policy, the Europeans don't want to be dictated to or held hostage by Russian energy, but they also don't want to be dictated to and held hostage by American energy policy. And the Americans are happy to sell oil and to use whatever tactics they deem necessary to try to prevent a free market. The Americans don't believe in capitalism or free market or competition. They are, as Professor Yaghoubian says, they're an empire in decline, which makes them very, very dangerous. And you shouldn't be picking fights with countries like the Germany, France, the European Union, and you've got a multipolar world now where the Americans are losing control. And I think there is a slow retreat from the Middle East and Africa, but now the Americans are trying to focus more and more on Central America and South Africa, or not South America, and they're trying to reestablish the hegemony and control they had there for decades. But they had murdered and assassinated people, overthrew governments. You saw the blatant actually criminal activity, war crimes being committed, and yet there's almost no accountability. And unless you are an academic or a human rights lawyer that actually takes the time to look at what the evidence is, nothing. The mainstream public doesn't know about this, and they say, "Oh, it's just a joke. We made a little mistake. Ha ha ha." As the Bush, James W. Bush said, and this is but there's no penalties. They get away with it, and quite frankly, Dick Cheney, the Bushes, even people in the Obama administration, but certainly Trump, all should be put on trial for war crimes and should be prosecuted by the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. And this is not happening. They only prosecute people that benefits the Americans and their policy objectives, and they target people who are independent and want to pursue their own policies and not be puppets of the Americans. But this is what we're going, and the Americans, some of them I think are slowly realizing that this policy is not working, but in the end nothing has really gone to punish these people that are committing horrendous war crimes and crimes against humanity, or even putting the whole world in jeopardy for climate control, for many other reasons. And the Americans think they can do whatever they want. Donald Trump thinks it must be true, therefore he can do whatever he wants. And again, there's only now that some resistance is coming up within the United States and other Western countries, but the Americans are in a slow decline, but they're probably the last people on the planet to see that.
Is this what it's all about, Mr. Yaghoubian? Essentially, is this what it's all about, essentially? independence, that you can't be independent in the face of Washington. You can't have your independence. You can't have your own foreign policy, your own strategy, your own. You have to be a client state of the United States. Is this what it's come down to?
This is unfortunately
my way or the highway.
Yeah, this is unfortunately what history shows us, especially increasing after September 11th. And so just briefly on that historical background, with the end of the Cold War in 1990-91, instead of American political elites figuring out how that Americans and the world could enjoy what was called the peace dividend and to truly enjoy this positive new world order that President Bush Sr. talked about, we had Paul Wolfowitz and the neoconservatives in the back room formulating the full spectrum dominance doctrine, which was basically that the United States should take this opportunity with the demise of the Soviet Union to control everything. Full spectrum dominance is full spectrum. It's space, it's air, it's the land, it's the sea, it's underground, it's cyberspace. This is the doctrine of full spectrum, the Wolfowitz doctrine that was put into effect after September 11th by the neoconservatives of the Project for the New American Century, who had essentially been planning this, and as per their own mission statement, we're just waiting for that formative event, a Pearl Harbor type strike on the United States, which would lead to this solidarity and this rallying of the American people. And so since September 11th, since the neoconservatives were let loose and unfortunately not pulled back and enabled to continue, such as Victoria Nuland with her underhanded actions in Ukraine by the Obama administration, the neoconservatives have been in the driver's seat since 2001, essentially. And to Edward Corrigan's point, in the United States, you fail upward. So, you know, Jeffrey Goldberg and all the reporters who got the Iraq story wrong, they're now editors of places like The Atlantic and major American publications. You know, John Bolton, who failed upward from his lies and distortions and being incorrect about Iraq, he failed upward straight into being a national security advisor. So basically, American political elites and the parrots in the American mainstream media fail upward, and the way that you fail upward is by lying to the American people, getting them into stupid, needless regime change wars, and towing the line and never calling for anyone else to be held accountable. And this will guarantee, and I'm not being sarcastic here, this is not hyperbole, this will guarantee that you are promoted in the American mainstream media and likely promoted in the American political system, unfortunately. But this is the way things have been, especially since September 11th. And just look at any country which seeks to have its own independent foreign policy or economic system, Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Russia, China, Syria, Iran. Basically, those nations are proclaimed to be enemies. Any sort of malarkey will be pulled out. You know, they hate freedom. They hate capitalism and free trade, when in fact, as to Edward Corrigan's excellent point, is the United States that doesn't actually support and engage in free trade. It's more interested in manipulation and strong-arming the rest of the world. So it is truly about the United States empire facing down any upstart independent nations, and Iran has a big, huge target on its back because Iran is truly the preeminent revolutionary state. After the Islamic Revolution of 1979, the Iranian government has not, such as, and I don't mean to denigrate anyone else, but for example, we saw the revolutionary Vietnamese government essentially within a decade or two doing exactly what the United States empire wants it to do. And so one, if you will, can even have your revolutionary flag and ideology, but as long as you toe the line and kiss the ring, you will not be attacked by the United States. But truly independent nations such as Venezuela, such as Bolivia under Evo Morales, such as Syria under Bashar al-Assad, they are all on the hit list, as per the interview with General Wesley Clark, where he is explicit that the United States had a list of 7 nations that it was going to invade, and all of those nations fit the bill. That is, they sought an independent foreign policy. They sought to maintain sovereignty over their own country. They sought to keep out the Western bankers and capitalist manipulators. And this is sufficient to put you on the United States regime change list, unfortunately. You add on the opposition to the U.S. dollar as global reserve currency, and now you move to the top of the U.S. regime change list, unfortunately.
Breaking news reaching us here on Press TV. Iran's Supreme National Security Council is holding an emergency meeting following the assassination and the martyrdom of General Qasem Soleimani in Iraq, in Baghdad International Airport. Let's just bring up to date our viewers, those who are just joining us, with this developing story, this breaking news item. We've received confirmation from Iran, Iraq and the United States now that the commander of Iran, of the Major General Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, in addition to the deputy leader of the Popular Mobilization Forces, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, have been assassinated by an American airstrike at Baghdad International Airport. Reports suggest, citing the Popular Mobilization Forces, that Major General Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis were in the same vehicle. This is according to reports that they were riding in one vehicle when it was hit, when it was struck by two missiles launched from an American helicopter while they were on their way from the arrivals hall on the road that leads out of Baghdad International Airport. And a second vehicle, which was carrying bodyguards from the Popular Mobilization Forces, was also hit by another rocket. Essentially, General Qasem Soleimani was in Baghdad at the invitation of Iraq, of the Iraqi government. Iran and Iraq does have close military ties, stronger military ties, many would say. Iraq has the strongest military ties with the Islamic Republic of Iran, stronger than even, the United States or any other country. So it's very normal for military figures such as the commander of Iran's Quds Force, an Iranian military general, to be visiting Iraq, to be visiting Baghdad, especially at a time of tension when the United States, the Iraqi officials and Iranian officials jointly, they both say is causing instability in the region by sending forces to the region. They're saying that this is not the way to de-escalate the tensions in the region. So these kind of visits by Iraqi military forces, military generals to Iran, and the opposite, Iranian military generals to Iraq, is something very normal. It's occurred it's occurred on a repeated basis. Yet this time the United States has decided to assassinate the General Soleimani. And Mr. Corrigan, if I can get back to you, just touching on, picking up from where Professor Yaghoubian was saying regarding the independence and the United States targeting the independence from China and so forth. What's your view? What's your views on that? Is that something that is the norm now, that under this administration or under previous administrations, that if you have an independent policies, if your policies are independent from the United States, if you're not a client state of the United States, then you're on the hit list? And then secondly, you know, Iran's been on the hit list since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. The US has been targeting Iran. A lot of commanders, a lot of figures have been assassinated, be it through terrorist, anti-Iranian, terrorist groups, or the United States itself. But Iran has never changed its policy. And do you think this will lead to a change of policy?
In their determination to be an independent state, and they also know that the Americans are not interested in helping the Iranian people, the Iranian state. They helped install the Shah, and they pillaged Iran and took control of the resources and the benefits from there, and used the Shah as their policeman in the Gulf. So the Iranians saw that all of these things were not in the interest of the Iranian people or the Iranian state, and they have
just before you begin your response to that, Mr. Corrigan, we've got breaking news reaching us here on PressTV that the advisor to the Iranian president has said that the United States must wait for the repercussions for crossing Iran's red line. So Iran being very blunt here, setting a red line and saying that the United States has crossed the red line, and saying that that Washington must wait for the repercussions. Just some breaking news reaching us here on PressTV. Go ahead, Mr. Corrigan.
Well, they announced that a couple weeks ago that that Iran did have its red lines, and here assassinating one of the top generals in the Iranian military is clearly a red line, and it's but they should be careful that they're not going to fall into a trap that's being set by the United States or even Israel. So you have to be very, very careful. It's a gentle criticism. A lot of people in the Middle East, they like to use rhetoric and they like to make announcements and grand statements, and that can be easily misinterpreted and manipulated by the Americans and Western media in general, and they should be very careful. The Israelis usually don't brag about things until afterwards, and even then, when they're responsible, they are silent and they try to blame their countries for it, or Islamic State, or some other terrorist organization. But in terms of American policy in the Middle East, I've said this before, you must look at what the Americans do, not what they say. And the Americans claim that they're in Iraq and Syria to fight Daesh and the Islamic State. But here they are attacking some of the major figures that were responsible for defeating Daesh. And this is the popular mobilization units, and of course Iranian soldiers and Hezbollah, all of which are being targeted and vilified by the American media and American politicians, and this is not questioned. But then when the Americans go and they kill the people that are responsible for actually defeating Daesh, and you understand what the real agenda is, and they want chaos, they want to use this Islamic State, which they are very much largely responsible for creating. And they've also allied themselves with these conservative feudal dictatorships in Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, the feudal regimes in the Gulf, who are totally dependent upon American military power to keep themselves in power. But there's a lot of discontent and a lot of money that's being siphoned out of Saudi Arabia and sent to the United States for the benefit of the Saudi princes and other countries. But when you sort of tie your hitch your wagon to these corrupt feudal regimes, these regimes are all on limited time. They are going to be overthrown. They're going to have internal chaos from their own internal contradictions and abuse, human rights abuse. Saudi Arabia, the Saudis have got one of the worst human rights records of any country in the world, but so does Bahrain and the other allies of the United States. And when you're aligning yourself to these corrupt regimes that are really on life support, this is a very bad long-term policy, but even a bad short-term policy, because these countries are abusing their own people, doing anything to stay in power, but in the end they're going to be gone. Just like the Shah was the Americans' man in the Gulf, and he collapsed very quickly in 1979. But I think you can also go back further. Most people don't know that the United States and even Canada invaded Russia in 1919, but we lost, and you don't hear about that. So Russia established its own independent sovereignty and its own independent political and social and economic system. So that's a major break from the world economy that was controlled by the Americans and British bankers and others. Same thing with China. In 1949, the Americans were trying to bring China back into control. They tried to defeat the Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party that did pursue a policy and was prepared to stand up to the Americans when their troops showed up at the Chinese border in North Korea and pushed back the Americans. And so really the Americans have not won a war against a major, even medium power. They were successful in Grenada, they were successful in Panama, but these were really orchestrated events where the Americans wanted to take control of the Panama Canal and also, take control of these countries as independents. If these small countries can successfully demonstrate that they can be independent from the United States, that sends the wrong message from the American point of view to the other countries in Central and South America. Yet this is what's happening. But as many commentators have indicated, the American empire is in a state of decline, and you have a multipolar world. And countries like China and Russia are having a much more positive and effective strategy in terms of reaching out to other countries than the Americans trying to shove their fists down the throats of these countries and assassinating people, overthrowing governments. But they have overthrown, I think, and interfered in over 60 governments around the world. And they complained about alleged interference by Russians or whatever in the American election. The Americans are the worst hypocrites in that they have done this over 60 times since the end of the Second World War. And this is absurd. Yet they keep thinking they can get away with it. But the facts prove that their position is deteriorating, and it's in a consistent pattern downward. And that, as Professor Yaghoubian says, makes the United States a very dangerous country and empire in decline. But I don't see any change in that policy. It's going to take time, but eventually we'll have a much more civilized world where people don't try to dictate, dominate, assassinate, and control governments, not for the interests of their own people, but for the interests of the United States and multinational corporations, and the 0.1 of the 1% in the United States. So you have this, and they've been to some extent successful, but against a major country even like Vietnam, they've lost. They have not won a major war since the end of the Second World War, and that really sends a message. And people who are careful observers and are actually deal with reality, not the fantasies that the American government spins or the American media puts out, realize that the United States is in a spiral of decline. And I don't see anything changing that. And in fact, the American policies and their actions are the cause of this decline. And where they say, oh, we're the wonderful country, we do these things, we're so nice and helpful, when the opposite is the truth. But again, look at their actions, not look at what they say.
Okay, Mr. Edward Corrigan, I'd like to thank you very much indeed for joining us, and I'd also like to thank Professor David Yaghoubian, Professor of History. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Dear viewers, those of you who are just joining us, breaking news today is a developing story, and reactions are mounting. The United States has conducted an airstrike, 3 airstrikes. Reports indicate and reports suggest 3 airstrikes in the vicinity of Baghdad International Airport that led to the assassination and the martyrdom of Major General Qasim Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, as well as Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, the deputy leader of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, the force that spearheaded the battle against Daesh and liberated the land from Daesh and sacrificed the most people in the fight against Daesh terrorists. We've received confirmation on that from the Islamic Republic of Iran, from Iraq and the United States. Washington says that the attack was conducted on the orders of President Donald Trump, and a figure with the Popular Mobilization Forces has told media that, and this is according to media, I can't confirm this, but the incident occurred early Friday morning, when General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis were riding in one vehicle. It was hit by 2 missiles launched from an American helicopter while they were moving from the arrivals hall in Baghdad International Airport, and then moving on the road that leads out of the airport, essentially in the vicinity of Baghdad International Airport. A second vehicle was also struck, and that's the second vehicle was carrying bodyguards associated with the Popular Mobilization Forces. We've also received breaking news over the past few minutes, one being that the advisor to the Iranian President Hassan Rouhani says the US must wait for repercussions of crossing Iran's red line. So Tehran essentially stating very frankly saying that Washington has crossed Iran's red line, and the Iranian Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif has labeled this as an act targeting General Soleimani as an act of terrorism, which is extremely dangerous. Zarif has also said that the US action in assassinating General Soleimani is an extremely, quote, extremely dangerous escalation. We're also waiting for, we heard a statement from Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, of which General Soleimani is the commander of its Quds Force division. That statement confirmed the martyrdom of General Soleimani. We're waiting for a second statement on the assassination and martyrdom of General Soleimani, and that's expected to be released soon. So as soon as we receive the second statement, which we're waiting for from Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, we're going to see what their reaction is, how they're going to react to the assassination of General Soleimani. We'll bring you that here on PressTV. Let's bring in Scott Bennett, former US Army psychological warfare officer. Mr. Bennett, thank you for joining us. If I can get your initial reaction to this attack on... No, I don't think we've got... bear with us 1 minute. Okay, we'll get to Scott Bennett in a short while. But let's cross over to Alexander Azadigan. Mr. Azadigan, if I can get your initial reaction to this assassination by the United States of General Qasem Soleimani.
Wassim, it's such a horrible, horrible day. We had our colleagues earlier in your coverage said this is a day that should be celebrated for a martyr to enter in heaven. All those things are wonderful, but we're looking at it from the ground perspective, from the geopolitical perspective. Is a huge loss to humanity. And everyone who's resisting evil and occupation and terrorism. Washington is the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. With their act, with this particular act, they just put the final stamp on their coffin. It is absolutely outrageous. About a month ago, I was talking with you guys, and I said when an American president finds himself surrendered or cornered, as Mr. Trump has been with his impeachment, usually based on what you've seen before with President Clinton, for example, they make a military strike somewhere in the world, most likely Middle East. Hardly did I know that they were going to act such a, they're going to commit such a crime that they did today. It's unbelievable. Now they have the perfect distraction operation in progress to take away the attention of the American people from the crimes of this thug in chief who personally ordered this hit. And people are going to be, the minds and hearts of the viewers are going to be focused toward portraying Iran and Iraq as terrorist nations, which they're not. And it's just absolutely outrageous to me, the amount of hypocrisy and finger-pointing of an occupying force who's been there since 2001 in Afghanistan and 2003 in Iraq to dictate to anybody or to call anybody, terrorists, while all along they're using terrorizing tactics. The Israeli PAs, of course, are all over this. They are cowards. This is how they operate. They are not man enough to face you in battle. They will fight all their battles to the last American soldier, and they'll shoot you and they'll assassinate you, as they have been doing for such a long time with leadership from Hezbollah and Hamas and other resistance movements in the Middle East. The very definition, the dictionary definition of terrorism is the use of violence and intimidation in pursuit of political aims. This is exactly what Mr. Trump has been implementing. Anyone who's still defending this man should be hospitalized as soon as possible. He's a thug. He's a Zionist. He is, I don't want to use any more emotional terms here, but, with Mr. Netanyahu having this person on his side, God knows where this is going to go. We are very concerned on what the Iranian response is going to be. We are concerned that by committing such a crime, they're going to get the Iranians to respond against any Washington terrorist installation, military terrorist installation, and that would give these people a green light to attack Iran. So we're pretty baffled on what exactly is going to happen. We heard that the former IRGC commander, General Mohsin Rezai, said that severe reaction will take place. We are just really wondering how it's going to happen. This is what we're seeing is a manifestation of exactly what hybrid warfare is about. Hybrid warfare is a combination of multiple conventional and unconventional tools of war. These tools include special forces, irregular forces, supporting local unrest and destabilization and creating anarchy, which we have seen in Lebanon, in Iraq, and in Iran. The fourth tool is information warfare and propaganda, i.e. media psyops, which we see all the time from Western fake news media. The fifth one is diplomacy. Most people don't understand this is part of warfare, the way they try to lure Iran into signing the FATF and God knows what other horrible agreement. And the sixth one is a cyber attack. Seventh one is economic warfare, and the last one is surgical assassinations, which is what we're seeing today. So they are desperate, they're resorting to this last one, and but they're hoping they're going to get some kind of a military response from either country, and we're concerned about how they're going to respond back. You were reporting that U.S. Black Hawk helicopters are flying around the Iranian embassy in Baghdad. There are idiots in the Tahrir Square in Baghdad that are celebrating. Al Jazeera was reporting that. And to me, this is an absolute disgust. This man was a symbol of resistance.
Let's put things into perspective. These idiots that you're referring to, they don't number more than 100 in or 200 in.
They don't. But they're covering it. Some of these medias are covering it, and it's outrageous. You're right. The numbers are handful. Absolutely. The Iraqi people are outraged. This is a man who stood by Iraq, defeated, along with other Iraqi militia, regular Iraqi army, and what have you, defeated the ISIS savages. So Washington thinking that they're going to take him out is going to reverse that. Nothing could be further from the truth. I think the people of Iran, Iraq, the Muslim world, why don't we just call it that, are going to be so outraged that by taking this man out, there will be 1 million General Soleimanis out there in the future. This was an inspiration. His life was an inspiration, and the cowardly way that the Americans took him out will be an inspiration to resist even further. This is not an entity, Washington, the regime in Washington, the murderous regime in Washington is not an entity you negotiate with. All they understand is the language of force. So I think this is clear in the minds of everybody, the misguided souls in your region who thought this, you can sit down with these people, that there's absolutely no hope whatsoever.
Mr. Azadigan, stay with me. Let me bring in Gorden Duff, senior editor at Veterans Today. Mr. Duff, welcome. Now, Gorden, General Soleimani, just picking up on what Mr. Azadigan said, General Soleimani is a figure, a military figure. He's an inspiration for many people in the region, many countries in the region, and he defeated. He was the first person on the scene when Daesh took over large parts of Iraq and Syria, and he led the way to he spearheaded the fight against Daesh, and which led to the liberation of Daesh in a record-breaking time by all experts' estimates. What do you think the reaction is going to be, firstly, on the ground for those countries who admire such a figure, for helping them where they faced aggression, he was there? And secondly, the United States says that this was an order from President Trump. Do you think that's the case, or do you think it's more advisors to Trump?
Well, I have direct contacts in the White House, and we know the order to kill General Soleimani came from Ivanka Trump, who received it from Israel. And we learned a few months ago, when reviewing some of the works of Christopher Steele and his history and his relationship with Ivanka Trump when he was head of Russia desk at MI6, that she's been placed next to Trump as his Israeli handler. Now, I had a discussion with Russian intelligence in Damascus probably about 6 weeks ago. Now, you know, there was an attempt on General Soleimani in October. It was the U.S. had planned to kill him then. The Russians warned me about 6 weeks ago that there was an assassination program in place for the U.S. to go after Shiite leaders in Iraq and top Iranian military leaders. And it's always General Soleimani. And he's the individual responsible more than anyone else for defeating ISIS. And, we have this double narrative in the U.S. of the fake version of reality and the real version of reality. By defeating ISIS, it meant defeating U.S. interests in the Middle East. The ISIS terrorists that are being moved out of Syria right now are being placed in French planes, by the way, are delivering them to Libya as we speak. Plane load after plane load of ISIS fighters and ISIS leaders are being sent there to advance U.S. policy there as well. The issue with Soleimani is that the events we've been seeing over the past several weeks, the imaginary attacks on the Americans, were staged. The contractor that's killed has had no name. We don't know if this individual exists or not. It could have been somebody that fell off a stool, got drunk, and drove his car into a wall. This is most often the case with Americans in the Middle East. But we know that this escalation was staged. The idea that the U.S. had to respond by attacking Shiite forces throughout Iraq was in response to a false flag event staged by the United States with the intent of bringing in the forces to in a plan, a very well-established plan, and a plan that was done with a considerable amount of cooperation with Shiite traders within Iraq as well, in order to not just kill General Soleimani or whoever was available, and this is what they timed this around, but to get as many Shiite leaders within Iraq as they could. And simultaneously, and we're being told this out of Damascus as well, that the U.S. is making moves against Hezbollah simultaneously. But the events we've been seeing, this escalation, is entirely a fabrication. This was all staged in advance. The U.S. was planning this months in advance. The assassination of Soleimani was an ambush. Marines were on the ground at the time. This was a drone assassination along with Marines that were present, guiding the missiles into the vehicles. There was a tremendous amount of intelligence work done within, and this is a major problem in every area of the Middle East, that the CIA has had the ability to penetrate governments. These billions of dollars of stolen oil money that the U.S. has taken, hundreds of billions in stolen oil money the U.S. has taken out of Iraq, has bought the loyalty of not so loyal Iraqis, many of them. The highly resentful Sunni tribal leaders who feel they've been pushed aside with Saddam gone, they were happy to work with the U.S. and they've looked forward to a civil war in Iraq. The most important response of all these nations is going to be how Iraq acts. And Iraq let those Americans come in. And those Americans came in order to operate against really the elected government of Iraq. They were there to stage. This is not just the murder of Soleimani. This is essentially a move against all Shiite officials, the majority officials of the majority party of Iraq, essentially disintegrating what hopes Iraq had of gaining a stable government. It was the U.S. that took down the government of Iraq. You know, Iraq is living in a malaise of government right now. And that's the only way the U.S. has been able to get in there. This was engineered, has been in the process for months, and General Soleimani knew the danger. This is an individual I've studied at some time, perhaps the greatest military leader in the world. You know, we think of, in America, we think of Robert E. Lee as an equivalent, General Patton. The Germans would, General Rommel. That's his name goes with those people, even George Washington as well. He's in that very elite group that, and those Americans who know who he is, and some of us who follow, those of us involved in military affairs have followed General Soleimani for some time. He has been certainly someone to be admired or feared, depending on who you were, but certainly the world's greatest military leader. That's always been the case. As for what transpires here, closing the Straits of Hormuz is an option. It may happen. Wiping out the American base in Qatar is an option. Destroying Saudi Arabia's oil is an option. But whatever Iran does is going to be greatly dependent on what Iraq does, because Iran is, as a nation, in its response, vulnerable to the U.S. based on Iraq acting. Iraq should be obligated right now to expel all Americans, break off certainly break off diplomatic relations with the U.S., close all American bases. That's what they should be obligated to do right now. The longer they take in getting there, the longer they take in recognizing their responsibility to their own people and to the world. Iraq is the one that we're looking at right now, waiting for what Iraq does. Now, world leaders, we even have American members of Congress who think this is irresponsible, but no American is going to speak out honestly. This is a country where even what I'm saying is at great risk. This is a very dangerous place to speak openly. You can be killed here as easily as anywhere else. And it's happened to many Americans who've spoken up. It's very easy to be targeted here. But we are going to watch, and as far as I see it, to an extent, a state of war exists between Iran and the United States, and has since this time. General Soleimani was a potential leader of state, certainly not just a simple military leader. He was an icon for Iran, but not just that, an icon for anybody fighting oppression and terrorism around the world. This is someone who has trained military forces everywhere and who has been an heroic figure. It's dealing with this, for those of us who follow careers like General Soleimani's, there's a deep personal issue here, sense of loss. Geopolitically, as an American citizen, I feel a sense of shame, and it's hard not to. But that sense of shame here, anybody that's aware in the United States is decades into feeling shame at what the U.S. has been doing.
You're saying this was a cowardly act, Mr. Gorden?
Oh, I think that's an understatement. It's the act of a nation of gangsters and thugs.
Gorden, stay with me. Let me just get back to Alexander Azadigan. Before I get to you, Mr. Azadigan, we've got some more breaking news reaching us here on PressTV, and this time from the Iranian Foreign Minister, who said that the US's foolish move to martyr General Soleimani will only strengthen the resistance movement in the region. Mohammad Javad Zarif also said that Iran will use all political and legal international capacities to hold the US accountable for its crime. Iran has also strongly condemned the US for committing what is, quote, a terrorist and heinous crime. For the viewers who are just joining us, we've also received other reaction from Iran was an advisor to the Iranian president who said the US must wait for repercussions for crossing Iran's red line. Essentially, Tehran saying that Washington has crossed a red line and will be held accountable for doing so. The Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps issued a statement saying that confirming the martyrdom of General Soleimani. We're waiting for a second statement from the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, and we'll bring you the details of that as soon as we get it. We're expecting that quite soon. Also, Iran's Supreme National Security Council is holding an emergency session after Soleimani's martyrdom. Also, we heard from the former IRGC commander Mohsin Rezai, essentially vowing severe revenge against the United States. The Pentagon said Trump ordered the strike on General Soleimani at Baghdad International Airport. And then now, Mr. Azadigan, going back to just touching on what Gordon Duff was saying about the stature of General Soleimani, being Gordon Duff mentioned him as the greatest military leaders in history. Firstly, if I can get your reaction to the latest statements by Iran, especially the Iranian foreign minister, that that the foolish move by the United States to martyr General Soleimani will strengthen the resistance movement in the region. And then if you can just elaborate a bit further on General Soleimani and his what, as Gordon Duff said, one of the greatest military leaders in history.
We can quote the Iranian leader's statement many years ago, calling General Soleimani a live martyr, which
the living
means,
martyr, right? Yeah.
Yes, a living. That's right, a living martyr, which means they knew, because of his grandness, because of the magnitude of his warrior spirit, that eventually he's going to be taken out. He was a living martyr, and now, of course, I think in death he's going to be much stronger, if not as strong than he was. You have to understand, this man had popularity across the entire Middle East, from Egypt all the way to Pakistan. His name was well known. They even put him on in front of the cover of Time magazine. People in America sort of had an understanding. Those of us who know what's going on, definitely I can tell you, in the armed forces, many of the colleagues I talked to, they single-handedly knew about this man, and they praised him because he stood up. He stood up to the savages. He stood up to ISIS. He was by the side of the Iraqis. There's tremendous love within Iraq for this man. I was talking to a colleague of mine in London when this story broke several hours ago, and I was very concerned on how the Iranians were going to react, and he said, don't worry about it. The Hashid al-Shabai, they may actually, the Iraqis themselves may actually respond to what the cowardice Yankees did today.
Well, that's a very interesting point that you raised there, Mr. Azadigan. Such was the admiration of General Soleimani among the Iraqis that the Iraqis on their own, the popular mobilization forces, they could probably perhaps react to this, the killing of the man who came to save Iraq from Daesh. Had it not been for him, Daesh would have gone beyond Iraq's borders and reached, would be sitting in the on the throne, taking over the thrones and the crowns of the Persian Gulf monarchies.
Well, of course, the Persian Gulf monarchies, where their hands was deep into, up to their elbows was in blood, supporting these savages in the beginning, and at the end, one by one, starting with Qatar. Literally a few days after Trump visited Saudi Arabia, they capitulated. They realized they were losing. All that was because of the coordination, the symbolic, and this man's hands-on approach in being in Iraq. And most people forget sometimes that Daesh was only 30 to 50 kilometers outside of Baghdad. I mean, this was a clear and present danger.
Yeah.
Huh?
The town of Jafar, yeah.
That's right. If they didn't stop him, if the Iranians didn't help their Iraqi brothers in stopping this man, like you said, he could have been all the way into Mashhad. I mean, these savages were at that time being completely operationally, financially. But
not only Mashhad, Mr. Azadigan, Daesh posed a threat to the world, in the sense that its ideology, its military presence on the ground posed a threat not just to the region but beyond the region. And
absolutely,
had it not been for General Soleimani, then we would be witnessing acts of terror throughout the world, internationally. So, and then the Americans go and assassinate him?
Well, we are states. I mean, it's incredible. We have put the IRGC, we have put the entire military arm wing of a country in our so-called terrorist list, while we all along should put ourselves in that list. We are at the top of that list. So, of course, they're going to justify this by saying we went after the head of the Quds Force, and he was personally in the Washington's terrorist list. IRGC was in the terrorist list. The Quds Force, IRGC QF was in that terrorist list. So they're going to justify it by that. Their media, the liars, the propagandists in the Western media that's going to be their narrative. We went after a terrorist. While all along we have been supporting, financing, creating, providing operational assistance to these savages. And I've always said, Washington is not going to do away with what's left of Daesh. They're just going to tuck that chip in and use it somewhere else. Washington's terrorists, I mean, you look at the MKO terrorists, they saved these people from their military installations outside of Baghdad, put them in Albania, and they're sitting there. So it's the same thing with Daesh, definitely Al-Qaeda, same thing with Taliban. We went into war against Afghanistan based on fighting the Taliban, who supposedly hosted Osama bin Laden. 20 years later, Mr. Trump wants to sit down with these people and negotiate. The whole thing is a farce. The entire global community knows it. We are just provoking conflict, and we are destabilizing the world, and then we want to intervene militarily to bring peace. I mean, if this is not order out of chaos that Freemasons talk about, I don't know what is. But this narrative is failing. The people of the world are not buying it. The people of the world, the governments of the world are realizing that when we wage wars, they end up paying for it because of the petrodollar system. We just keep printing dollar bills and accumulating $22 trillion of debt, and every conflict that we wage, everybody else is paying for it. So the awareness is there, the willpower is there, and the major countries of the world, China, including China and Russia, of course, they are especially China, they are moving towards the goal. They are reducing their reserves of the dollar, and this is imminent. That's why Washington is acting so irrationally, sort of the last gasp of air for a corroding, decaying empire. We are no longer a force for good. I don't think we ever were. Maybe we were for a decade or so, but we are a force for destabilization, terrorism, murder, and the sad thing is we get our orders from a puny little nation that's not even 20 million people in your region in the Eastern Mediterranean, and they send directives to our State Department, and they control the U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. Let's not forget that bin Salman, I think bin Salman and bin Zayed, these people also were hoping to get the head of General Soleimani on a plate. They are jovial today. They are probably celebrating, not knowing that there will be a very resolute response, not just from Iran, but from across the Muslim world against Washington installations and interests in the Middle East. This move couldn't be any dumber, really. They could have gone after a ship or a plane or some military installations within Iran. Instead, they went after the head of the IRGC QF, and now we are going to see the fog of war, the uncertainty of what's going to happen. And this is going to have, in my opinion, a direct impact on the oil prices in the days to come.
Mr. Zadigan, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. I believe we still have Gorden Duff on the line. Mr. Zadigan, thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Zadigan, Alexander Zadigan, joining us. Gorden, Mr. Zadigan there speaking about the price of oil and whatnot. I believe it's gone up already. You were also touching on the possible responses, the reactions that could happen, that could take place. If you can please, if I can just tap into your thoughts and expand on what you think the potential consequences are.
Well, only a few short days ago, Iran, China, and Russia held joint military exercises, naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman. This is, if anything, drove the immediacy to Trump, drove the panic. And there's this need to identify the United States somehow as a nation state, and identify Israel as a nation, as though it had elected leaders. We haven't had a free election in the U.S. certainly since 2000. Anyone here pretty much knows our elections are totally rigged. bought, our politicians are openly purchased by special interests. Our government is run by a minority party that really only gets about 30% of the vote. It's how our governmental system was set up as a compromise back in 1787. But the United States, Israel, the governments of France and Britain collectively, and we're talking no more than 4 or 5 dozen people here. That's all. Those governments, the key decision makers, that's cabinet officers. These are fairly high members in committees, only committee heads in the U.S. It's a very few people. You only need to bribe or blackmail a busload of people, and you are running the entire Western world. And these are all capitals here: Paris, London, Tel Aviv, or Al-Quds, if we were to accept their narrative, Washington, have long since been in the hands of multi-generational organized crime. Everything that goes on is a manipulation not only of the oil market but the arms markets as well. The U.S. voted in a $700+ billion military bill for this year, and we're not at war with anybody. We have very few troops overseas other than the 200 or 300 bases that we have parking people at. But there is no major conflict. Now, that was yesterday. Is this going to be a major conflict? For Iran to take this and to not respond militarily, which would probably be a mistake because it's what the West wants. There are not going to be Americans invading Iran. The United States is looking for an opportunity to challenge Iran by hitting it with precision missiles and destroying as much of Iran's infrastructure standoff as they can, and then hoping that Iran decides not to destroy Saudi Arabia and Israel, something Iran's very capable of doing, but hoping that the Iranians have more sense than the people in Washington, because the people in Washington, there are no leaders that speak diplomatically. There are no leaders that speak with strength and fortitude in the United States. We find no one. As an American, if you look for leadership in Washington, the general feel we have and why things have descended to where they have is because the U.S. is ruled by lesser men. And this is one of the issues why killing Soleimani was such an important thing for Donald Trump and his family, because Soleimani exists as the absolute antithesis of Donald Trump. An ignorant, belligerent, debauched clown. A person of low personal character, moral character, low intelligence, and an angry, hateful individual. General Soleimani represented so much more. General Soleimani, I read his interviews, and he always knew this was coming. This was someone who had resigned himself to martyrdom so long ago. He had to know how vulnerable he was in Baghdad with the Marine Special Operations teams there. And as a warrior, a genuine warrior, and this is not a way Americans typically talk, but this was a death so much better than dying of old age or disease. And this is we're all weighing this. If Iran moves against the U.S., who's going to stand with Iran? And that's a very important thing. Does the United States need to be stopped right now? Because there's clear evidence the United States is out of control. Now, are the Saudis, is MBS just, is he there laughing at this? Or is he quaking, seeing his palaces potentially destroyed by Iranian missiles and his oil fields overrun, and the U.S. wouldn't be able to stop it? No one could stop it. But millions would die. And Trump had to know this when he gave the order. And the only thing it means to any of us here is this individual, we've all known this here, that he's criminally insane. And there's nothing, sitting here in the United States, there's nothing any of us can do about this. The feeling of powerlessness and what our own government is doing is overwhelming.
Gorden Duff, thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Gorden. That's Gorden Duff, their senior editor at Veterans Today. Let's bring in Syed Hosseini, political commentator, joining us out of Johannesburg. Mr. Hosseini, just touching on what Gorden Duff was saying there, he described General Soleimani as among the greatest military leaders in history. What's your, first of all, if I can get your reaction to the martyrdom of General Soleimani, and then if you can please just tell us about his stature, his reputation, his prestige among the people of the region, for those who don't know.
You're asking me a difficult question. Only what I can say is that the Malik Ashtar of Imam Ali alayhi salam has been targeted by the forces of evil. General Soleimani was someone who has spent all of his life fighting against the oppressors of the world. From young age, Sardar Soleimani was present in the war between Iran and Iraq, and he was leading an army, and since that time he showed his qualities in the field of the fight against the tyrannies. And after that, when the war finished, of course he was wounded several times, and he didn't have the position of martyrdom, but always he was longing for this position. Always he was talking about this opportunity that he lost, that why he was not a martyr during the war between Iran and Iraq. And always in every single prayer that he had, he was asking Allah to grant him martyrdom. Allahumma rzuqna shahadata fi sabilik. And I was hearing several times this, his voice asking Allah, oh Allah, give me the position of martyrdom. In every single prayer that he had, he was asking Allah to give him the position, and finally Allah has granted him. I believe that the martyrdom of Shahid Soleimani is a beginning for the end of American hegemony in the region. And this is the downfall of American civilization as a superpower in the world, I believe. And I think if we have in the narrations at the end of time the martyrdom of Nafs al-Zakiyah, I believe it is Shahid Sardar Soleimani. And this is going to be a glad tidings for the end of oppression in the whole world. It is not something which we can, just talk about it in few words. Words are not able, does not have capacity, does not have the ability to carry the amount of sorrow and pain which is in the news of hearing about the martyrdom of Shahid Soleimani.
But he was never martyred on the. He was never martyred on the battlefield. They never got to him on the battlefield. Syed Hosseini.
No.
They martyred. They assassinated. His martyrdom was achieved through an assassination attempt, which many, as our previous guest described, as cowardly.
Of course. What I was saying was description of Shahid Soleimani in the time of war between Iraq and Iran, which he was longing for this position, and he was asking Allah to give him the position of martyrdom. He was targeted by the American force in Iraq, as he was the guest of Iraqis, and he was assassinated by the biggest terrorists of the world, and that is United States. Of course, the Mossad and Israelis are also helped for the information that they got, and I believe the martyrdom of Shahid Soleimani by the direct order of Trump, as he admits, it's going to be starting the biggest operations against American targets in Iraq, and I believe internationally. And all of the lovers of Soleimani today are not going to just take this very easy.
Syed Hosseini, can we compare the martyrdom of General Soleimani to the martyrdom of Syed Abbas Mousavi, the founder of the Lebanese Hezbollah resistance movement, in the sense that following his martyrdom, Syed Abbas Mousavi's martyrdom, Hezbollah grew into this great power that defeated Israel, where the Arab countries couldn't defeat Israel. The client states of the United States couldn't defeat Israel, but Hezbollah, following the martyrdom of Syed Abbas Mousavi, defeated Israel not once, not twice, but on several occasions on the battlefield. It's figures such as Syed Abbas Mousavi and General Qasim Soleimani that lead and inspire others, and to basically change the balance of power in the region. Do you think that's the martyrdom of General Soleimani will follow the same path of the martyr Syed Mousavi?
Well, that is a type of norm in history of Ahlul Bayt, that when you see, for example, the time of Abbas Mousavi, no one were thinking that a greater person than Abbas Mousavi can emerge. But later on, we realized that Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah has emerged as a greater person than Abbas Mousavi. So, and for the first time, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah managed to impose defeat to the Israelis. When they killed the Houthi, and another greater Houthi has emerged in Yemen.
Right.
When they killed a lot of our leaders, the greater than them, and even in the time of Imam Khomeini, when he passed away, people were thinking that no one can come greater than him.
Right.
And today, can you see the same leader that we have, how he managed the whole Islamic world, and how dignity he has given to the Islamic Ummah. And definitely the martyrdom of Shahid Soleimani can create a bigger Soleimani. A nightmare for American is going to be born, and that's going to be very soon. American will realize what a big mistake they have made. As today, some of the congressmen also has condemned Trump for the illogical decision that he has made, and they think this was supposed to be decided by the Congress, and Trump has decided just alone, and this is going to be against the benefits and interests of the United States. Even Joe Biden today had an opinion expressed that if you were thinking that by killing of Soleimani you are going to stop further attacks to the interests of United States, that was a dream, the attacks are going to be increased, and it's going to be vice versa. And I think Americans should expect the biggest heat of history. I think they are going to forget the Vietnam situation. And as I said earlier, this is going to be a beginning for the end of America, if not in the whole world, but at least in the region.
Syed Hosseini, stay with me. Let me bring in Tawheed Asadi, a political commentator. Mr. Asadi, before I get your thoughts on the assassination of General Soleimani, let's just bring our viewers up to date with what's happened. We've received now confirmation from Iran, from Iraq, and from the United States. Washington saying that President Trump ordered what is potentially a game-changing military attack that led to the assassination and martyrdom of a number of high-ranking military figures. They include Major General Qasem Soleimani, commander of the Quds Force of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, the deputy leader of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces. Both of these figures spearheaded the fight against the Daesh terror group and liberated Iraqi land. Haj Qasem Soleimani also was a military advisor in Syria and liberated the majority, spearheaded the fight against Daesh and liberated the majority of Syrian land there. We also know from the spokesman for the Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, Ahmed al-Asadi, who's blamed the Americans and the Israeli. He described his quote is his statement was that the American and Israeli enemy is responsible for killing the Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and Qasem Soleimani. And what we also know is that a commander of the Popular Mobilization Forces has told media that regarding the incident that led to the assassination, martyrdom of General Soleimani, was that General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis were riding in one car, and then that vehicle was hit. It was struck by two missiles. These missiles were launched from an American helicopter. Both Haj Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis were on their way to the road that leads out of Baghdad International Airport. They were from the arrivals hall. A second vehicle carrying bodyguards from the Popular Mobilization Forces was hit by a third rocket launched from an American helicopter. Now, General Soleimani, Mr. Asadi, General Soleimani, Iran and Iraq, they have close military ties. We've seen Iraqi military figures come to Iraq on a regular basis. Likewise, we've seen Iranian military leaders, commanders, generals heading to Baghdad, to Iraq regularly at the invitation of the government of Iraq. So Qasem Soleimani, General Qasem Soleimani was in Iraq at the invitation of the Iraqis, and the Americans assassinated him, leading to his martyrdom. Mr. Asadi, if I can get your reaction, please, on on this type of action, and what you think the repercussions are of this attack?
Well, I think it's a very sad and surprising news to be heard for almost everyone in the Middle East. Just seeing the very fact that General Soleimani, as everybody has said, was a key person when it came to fighting terrorist groups in the region. But back to what we saw from the United States, we can say that this is, at least as far as I'm concerned, this is probably the worst mistake of the decade that the United States committed. As people are celebrating the new year, the United States decided to show another action of terrorism in Iraq, and they decided to start the new decade and the new year with bloodshed and with blood, which is not that much surprising, due to the fact that we know this is the behavior that is anticipated from the United States. But the truth of the matter is that what we observed is very much critically important in terms of formulating the forthcoming calculations, and not only in the region but also beyond. Just we know that for the couple of days past, we had this furious exchange of fiery words between Washington and Tehran, specifically after Iranian consulate was attacked in Iraq. And we had several rounds of this rhetorical war, but the thing is that now it's not rhetoric. It's not rhetoric at all. So the United States decided to assassinate one of the most popular, one of the most critical figures, one of the most significant figures in terms of fighting against terrorist groups. And it's made almost clear, or let me say 100% clear for everyone in the region, that the United States takes which side and Iran takes which side. So it is a point that we need to pay close attention to. I think these days and these specific hours, all eyes are on Iran and on Tehran to see what the reaction would be. Iran said that for the past hours, what we hear from Tehran is that the response is not going to be soft. It's not going to be, it's going to contain all the options on the table, which is naturally anticipated from Iran, just considering the situation that the United States has started. So what we are expecting is just a tough response from Iran, which is quite natural, and there should be, at a point, either you like it or not, there should be a point to stop all these kind of things, all these interventionist foreign policy that the United States has taken. And there is justification. I think it goes to logic, and it goes to wisdom if we see any kind of reaction. So even I can say that if it was like an installation or a part in Iran's land, it would be less of a mistake. But just targeting Iran's most influential general, most popular general in the Middle East is a deadly mistake that the United States decided to commit. So that's why I'm saying that there is going to be consequences out of this. And the most, let's say, extraordinary thing was that the United States took the responsibility of this action just immediately after it took place, which shows that they have probably they are kind of full-fledged ready for any kind of consequences, knowing the fact that this is a red line for Iran, and if touched, then there is going to be sure tough reactions down the road. So I think they're kind of trying to initiate another conflict. I'm not sure whether it could be a major military conflict, but at least it's going to be a conflict. And this is what they're looking for, just due to the fact that this is their strategy for the past decades in the Middle East, to start wars, to wage, to start irrelevant, let's say, interventions in the Middle East in order to just
Mr. Assadi, breaking news reaching us here on PressTV. The leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution has issued a statement condemning the attack on General Qasem Soleimani. We'll bring the details of the statement very soon. As you were, Mr. Assadi.
Yeah, this is, well, as I was about to say, the United States is going to face the consequences, and it's going to, and I'm sure that people in Washington are pretty much aware of the fact that Iran's reaction to this matter is going to be very tough, and they're anticipating that. But all in all, what I can say is that what we understood from this particular event, in addition to all the courses of action that Washington has taken throughout the past decades in the Middle East, is the very naked reality that the United States is assassinating, is a kind of sponsor for terrorism, just regardless of what they claim and regardless of what they're, let's say, saying that they're defending when it comes to practice. And now even they don't deny it, that they just assassinated one of the most important figures, one of the most important generals in terms of battling against terrorist groups. There will be sure consequences for Washington, and there will be, let's say, tough days down the road in the Middle East.
Well, Mr. Assadi, there appears to be a fear among American senators. We've got Democratic Senator Chris Murphy saying that the fear is, he appears to be afraid. He says that this attack, this assassination and attack, risks putting more Americans' lives at risk. So
well,
he's saying,
yeah, this is right.
He's saying one reason we don't generally assassinate foreign, what he's referred to them as political officials, is the belief that such action will get more, not less, Americans killed.
Well, just in addition to him, we have heard...
Just to finish that off, he also concluded by saying, he's saying that should be our real pressing and grave worry tonight. That's from reactions coming in also from U.S. senators who are saying this is a bad move. Just also, Mr. Assadi, I'll get your views on that. We've also got Syed Hosseini. Also, we'll get to him shortly. Breaking news reaching us here on PressTV. As I mentioned, Iran's leader has issued a statement. He's condemning the assassination of General Soleimani. Iran's leader has also declared 3 days of national mourning. So, as you were, Mr. Assadi.
Yes, just relatedly, in addition to senators and congressmen who raised... I'm
going to have to cut you sorry short again, Mr. Assadi. We've got some more reaction regarding the statement of the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, saying harsh vengeance awaits those criminals behind the martyrdom of General Soleimani. These are reactions coming in from the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Go ahead, Mr. Assadi, go ahead.
I was about to say that's very much related to what we hear from congressmen and from senators in the United States. We know that U.S. potential presidential candidates have also, some of them at least, taken stances regarding this matter. Joe Biden is one instance. He, even though he said that he kind of agreed with this course of action to be taken, he also said that the way it was taken and the way the United States acted in this particular way is a mess. So he harshly criticized the Trump administration for this. And there are some concerns that, considering the very nature of this action, the claim is that it would probably pave the way for military involvement in the region. So before any such kind of action to be taken, it needs an approval from the legislative body of the United States, which Trump denied clearly in this case. So all in all, there is this very, very, very anxious and actually furious situation inside the political circles in Washington, in the United States, considering that they are pretty much aware that this particular action is not going to be left without response from Iranian side, and they're
right.
pretty much worried about this. Yeah, and this is quite understandable.
Of course.
It could be upset, yeah.
Syed Husseini, Iran's declared 3 days of national mourning. What do you think we're obviously going to expect, when the body of General Soleimani returns to Iran, what do you think the reaction will be on the streets of Tehran, the funeral processions, I mean, that itself,
Well,
do you think that itself is going to send some, I think that's going to send some kind of message, don't you agree?
Well, to me, 3 days is the minimum what we can announce. But from today we are going to mourn for General Soleimani until the revenge is taken. I can also compare to the martyrdom of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. I mean, when he was martyred, from the time of his martyrdom, we are mourning for him up to the time that we take the revenge from the murderers of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. And of course, until the day that those who has carried this operation and the killers of Sardar Soleimani is not punished, we are still mourning. I think the day that we can manage to emerge victorious in the region against the hegemony of America, that is the day that we have taken the revenge of the blood of Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, who was calling himself a soldier of General Soleimani.
Yeah, let's not forget. Sorry, go ahead.
I can say that Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has lost one of his greatest friends and followers and soldiers, and I'm sure his heart is full of sorrow. And I say condolences to him and to the Imam of our time, Imam Mahdi alayhi salam, to everyone around the world who loved General Soleimani. When his body, which in fact nothing has remained from his body, only a hand is remained from his body. If that body is returned, it's going to be returned with dignity, and it's going to be received by millions of mourners. And every single person who loved General Soleimani in the world is mourning for him. It's the same black cloth that I am wearing. Every single person same cloth today for General Soleimani. And I'm sure blood of Soleimani will work more than his life. That is 100%. And that is something which Americans should understand, that always blood of Imam Hussein has worked more than the presence of Imam Hussein. And the blood of the Shuhada of Islam from beginning always has helped and has worked more than their presence and their physique and their body. And General Soleimani is not an exception. Plus, it's not only General Soleimani. We lost also Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. We lost about another 9 soldiers of Islam. And they also, news coming that they have arrested Khazali and arrested Amiri, which is another biggest mistake by United States of America.
Can I just stop you? Yes, Syed Hosseini, those reports have been dismissed by leaders of by Iraq's popular mobilization units. The arrests of Qais al-Khazali and Hadi al-Amri.
Yes, I'm happy that's not true, but the blood of General Soleimani is going to create a type of wave and trend and a type of tsunami for the United States, which I am sure this tsunami is going to end the hegemony of the United States in the region at least.
Yeah, let me just cross over to Tawheed Asadi. Mr. Asadi, just before I get some reaction from you, let's just go over Iran. The leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution has issued a statement. He obviously condemning the assassination of General Soleimani, and he's declared 3 days of national mourning. Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei has also vowed harsh vengeance. He said harsh vengeance awaits those what he described as criminals behind the martyrdom of General Soleimani. The leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution also says that the resistance movement will press ahead with more strength. It's this point that I wanna ask you about, Mr. Asadi. Iran's leader said the resistance movement will press ahead with more strength. When we look at if we look at it from a historical point of view, the martyrdom of Syed Abbas Musavi, who the founder of the Hezbollah resistance movement, after him came Syed Hassan Nasrallah. The movement grew stronger. The martyrdom of Syed Hussein al-Houthi, the leader of the Ansar of the Houthi movement, the Ansar Allah, current day Ansar Allah movement. After him came Abd al-Malik al-Houthi, and the movement grew stronger. And the martyrdom of Haj Qasim Soleimani, and let's not forget as well Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. Do you think this will follow a similar pattern, and that people who replace them will be stronger, and the movements that they represent and what they represent, essentially being fighting tyranny and standing up for the oppressed people in the region, that movement, that ideology will expand?
Well, truth of the matter is that it goes without saying, and there is no small spot of hesitation that what happened to General Soleimani is a big loss and a heartbreaking event for not only Iranians, but also for each and every person in the Middle East who defends freedom and resistance movement. We know the extent to which he was popular among the Middle Easterns, among Iranians, among Iraqis, and so forth. But as you mentioned, well, history has it on the record that these are losses that at the end of the day would result in strengthening of such movements, considering the fact that there is a huge anti-American, let's say, sentiment in the region among Iranians, among Iraqis, among Yemenis. So people are very much aware at this age of information. You cannot kind of prevent them from accessing the real information and understanding the fact that the United States has, for the past years, started several wars in this region, and then all it has brought here in the Middle East is nothing but more and more weapons, more and more killing, more and more bloodshed. People are very much aware of these facts, and that's why they support these movements. I think regardless of how painful this event is and how, let's say, heartbreaking it is for people in the region, that one of the heroes of fighting against terrorism has been martyred by the United States, which is at the same time an indicative of U.S. foreign policy behavior and U.S. behavior and U.S. approach towards the region. At the same time, it paves the way for further collaboration, for further understanding, and it removes each possible kind of shadow or let's say uncertainty for those people who were kind of not decided yet to support which group. This incident clearly showed the real face of the United States and its objectives in the region. So the most, I think, significant consequence that we would expect, in addition to strategic, military, or other perspectives, to come in the region is that this understanding that we need more and more mutual understanding, more and more, let's say, urgent need for this resistance movement to be kept on, to be followed up, is becoming more and more clear for all the Middle Easterns. So at least what it sounds to me is that now not only people are mourning in Iran, in different cities of this country, but also we are going to witness the same trajectory of mourning outside Iran. The same thing is going to be observed in Iraq, in Yemen, and other countries in the Middle East and even beyond. So it shows how popular this figure is, and it shows how his let's say assassination would result in, as your previous guest properly referred to, is not going to be, the result is going to be at all events more and more people gathering around this flag, just because of the fact that this is the right flag to follow, and people would nowadays easily understand the truth of the matter and the very, let's say, how can I say, the very nature, the very, let's say, wretched nature of U.S. approach towards the Middle East. So I think, yeah, it's going to create a huge wave inside Iran and outside Iran. People are really sad. People in Iraq are sad about it, and then people in Iran. So yeah, I think this is going to pave the way for further unification among the followers of resistance movement in the Middle East, I guess.
Thank you for that. Now, the Popular Mobilization units who lost their second in command, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, as well as some of his other security officials, including some of his bodyguards, have announced that the funeral procession for those lost because of the U.S. attack on their in Baghdad International Airport that left a number of popular Mobilization Forces, members of the Popular Mobilization Forces dead, or martyred rather. Their funeral procession will take place on Saturday. Mr. Husseini, if I just touching on what Mr. Asadi said, and he's echoed part of the statement from Iran's, the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. If I can get your reaction on this, the leader said, Iran's leader said that that the martyr Qasem Soleimani was a symbol, was a global symbol for the resistance, and all those who loved the resistance against hegemony, against tyranny, they will demand and avenge his blood. What's your reaction to that?
Well, General Soleimani is not a person. He himself alone is an army. And everyone in the world who knew General Soleimani would love him for his ideology, love him for his stand, love him for his aim and objectives. And I can assure you of one thing. Today, every single person is going to be transformed to another General Soleimani. In fact, what Americans did, they have generated, they didn't manage to face one General Soleimani, but they generated millions of General Soleimani, which now they have to deal with. And every single person in the streets of Iraq, no matter who they are, they love General Soleimani. Soleimani was the most beloved person in the whole Arab world. Not only in Arab world, but if you go to everywhere in the world, every single person who has got a little bit sense of freedom, wanting person, or somebody who loves freedom and working against the oppression is somebody who loves General Soleimani, and all of those people are going to be transformed today to another General Soleimani. So in fact, what Americans did was that they have created today more General Soleimanis now they have to deal with the funeral of these martyrs tomorrow in streets of Tehran. In the funeral of General Soleimani in Iran, you will see how many people are going to come. And that is the amount of people who love General Soleimani. I think it's going to be the biggest funeral after the funeral of Imam Khomeini, which was participated by 4 million people when he passed away in 1989. This is going to be the biggest funeral in history of Iran after that. And all of these are going to send a strong message to the United States that they are not dealing with one person, they are not dealing with one nation, they are not dealing with an army, they are now dealing with the entire Islamic Ummah feeling, with the entire Islamic Ummah awareness. And that is the miscalculations which the American administration has done. Trump was stupid enough to have such a dangerous decision, and only you can expect Trump, to have such a decision, and the American has to really bear the consequences of what their president has decided. And from now on, whatever happens in the Islamic world, it is the consequences of what America has decided. And I think the Islamic Ummah won't be happy less than the ending of the American interference in the region, if not in the world. And I think this is going to be the biggest lesson which America has ever received in history. As I said earlier, they are going to forget Vietnam soon.
Okay, and finally, Syed Abbas, Syed Husseini, you know, you mentioned the Popular Mobilization Forces there. Let's not forget they lost also their members and their deputy leader, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. Let's not forget their role in the fight against Daesh. They were formed in 2014 following the when the Iraqi army was a depleted Iraqi army fled when Daesh took over province after province in Iraq. And you know, when Haj Qasim arrived that very day, when General Soleimani arrived that very day when the Daesh took over, and together with Ayatollah Sistani's ordered for people to take up arms against Daesh, we saw the difference between and we saw the courage of the Popular Mobilization Forces in comparison to this Iraqi army that was trained by the United States, who fled the scene in the face of Daesh. They fled, and their commanders were sipping tea and coffee in their offices, and they fled. Whereas with the arrival, enter Haj Qasim Soleimani, enter the Popular Mobilization Forces, they were on the front line. These and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis were on the front line. Unlike the American trained Iraqi army whose commanders were on the back line, sitting in their offices, these people led the battle. They were on the front line of the battle. They sacrificed, some of them sacrificed their lives in the battle against Daesh. If you can very shortly, and just in a few, running out of time, just a few minutes, just the comparisons and the significance of the Popular Mobilization Forces.
IS has reached to the borders of Baghdad. There was an immediate appeal to the United States government that it's time for you guys to help us. And the frank reaction of the Embassy of America in Baghdad was that we need 6 months to think about it, and then we come back to you. But the same day, the appeal went to Iran, went to the Supreme Leader, went to General Soleimani, and their reaction was in minutes that by all means, whatever you need, we are ready to do, and whatever experience you need, we are going to be offering. And immediately the General Soleimani and his friends has arrived in Baghdad and in Iraq. And just the presence of General Soleimani has created fear in the heart of IS people, as they took that this is going to be a difficult fight. And after that, the establishment of PMF as an initiation by General Soleimani, which was supported by Ayatollah al-Uzma Sistani, managed to deal with the occupation of ISIS in Mosul, and they prevented the further occupation of ISIS to Baghdad. And after that, gradually, in a matter of 1 or 2 years, they did manage to get rid of the ISIS from Mosul and expel them from Iraq, and Iraq was free from the occupation of ISIS. All of these was the tactics and the planning and programs and methodologies used by General Soleimani and his esteemed friend and colleague Abu Muhandis al-Mahdi, which is the mind behind the establishment of PMF, and I'm sure PMF members in Iraq know better than everyone in the world what role General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis has played in establishment of this force and how much loved this force was in Iraq, and it is still. I think the coming days will show the amount of support which the nation of Iraq will show for the martyrdom of their leader. And I'm also 100% sure that General Soleimani paid the price for the animosity with ISIS, because if General Soleimani was not there, I'm sure up to this moment ISIS was ruling in Iraq, ISIS was ruling in Syria. Although Americans are trying to say that they are the force behind removal of ISIS, but in fact they are the creator of ISIS and they are the force behind ISIS, and they have given them money, they have given them weapon, with the Israelis weapon, with the American weapon, funded by the Saudi Arabia. ISIS was established, ISIS flourished, ISIS managed to get progress in the region. And if it was not the effort and planning and designing of Shaheed Qasim Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and Hashd al-Shaabi and the PMF, and the sacrifice of the members of the PMF, today still Iraq was under the occupation of ISIS, and the Americans were just going to still think about how they can help Iraqis to come out of that occupation. In fact, they didn't hesitate ISIS being present in Iraq, and it was General Soleimani's sacrifice who saved Iraq from the evil of ISIS.
Okay, Syed Hosseini, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and I'd also like to thank Tawheed Asadi, who also joined us for their contribution. We have in our PressTV headquarters in the Iranian capital, Tehran, Professor Mohammad Marandi, University of Tehran. Professor, if I can first start with getting your reaction, your initial reaction to the martyrdom of General Soleimani.
It's obvious that this was an act of war against the people of Iran. It was also an act of war against the people of Iraq. Both General Soleimani and the Iraqi and the Iranian commanders who were murdered by the Americans, such as Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, among others, they were all senior officials, Iranian officials, Iraqi officials, senior military officials. General Soleimani entered Baghdad airport formally, and therefore it's obvious that the Americans have carried out an act of war against both countries, against both peoples. And my advice to people Westerners who are residing in the region, in Southwest Asia, in the Persian Gulf region, is to leave the region immediately. I don't think that countries like the United Arab Emirates or Iraq or anywhere else in this region is any longer safe for Americans or Westerners, because tensions are high, and Iran will definitely, and the Iraqis will definitely retaliate against the United States. So those regimes like the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia that are cooperating with the Americans in their war against Iran, they are facing a dire situation. Obviously, General Soleimani is a war hero. Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, the Iraqi commander, was also a war hero. These two people were central in defeating, key figures in defeating ISIS. The United States, of course, created this extremism with the Saudis, first in Afghanistan, they later used it in Libya, and of course in Syria. Before Syria, when Syria was about to fall, General Soleimani went there to support the people of Syria, and without him, without his support and the Iranian support, Syria would have fallen to ISIS and Al-Qaeda and other such despicable groups, Wahhabi groups, Takfiri groups that were funded by the United States and the Saudis and other regional regimes. We know this from the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012. We know this from the admission made by General Michael Flynn on Al Jazeera. We know this from Hillary Clinton's emails that were revealed by WikiLeaks. No wonder why Assange is a political prisoner in the UK. So he was central to defeating ISIS and other extremist groups, and also in Iraq. When ISIS entered Iraq, Iraq was a broken state. The reason was because the United States had supported Saddam Hussein. They had given him chemical weapons to use even against his own people. Then they destroyed Iraq. They sanctioned Iraq, killing 1 million people through the sanctions. Then they invaded the country, destroyed the infrastructure, and turned it into a broken and occupied country. So when ISIS came in, and the ISIS which the Americans helped create, Iraq was about to fall. Soleimani, General Soleimani, the martyr, went to Iraq with Iranian troops, both to fight, to lead, to train, and ISIS was pushed out of the country. And the United States will never forgive Iran for what it has done in this region, and for the fact that Iran helped preserve countries like Syria and Iraq. And Iran helped Lebanon regain its sovereignty after the Israeli regime's occupation. And the Iranians helped the people of Yemen survive the massacre that the Saudis and the Americans carried out together in that country, in the starvation siege that Western regimes, along with Saudi Arabia, have imposed upon the people of Yemen. But this time the Americans have gone too far. This is an act of war. And even the mouthpiece of the deep state in the United States, people like Farid Zakaria, admit that the regime has made a major mistake. I don't think that the Americans will be able to maintain their position in the region any longer. I don't think that they'll be able to maintain their presence in Iraq or Syria any longer. What will happen in the coming hours, days, and weeks, it's not for me to say. But again, if I was a Western citizen, I would leave this, a citizen from a Western country, especially an American, I would leave this region immediately.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Professor, General Soleimani was on the ground in the town of Jurf al-Sakha, which is just 20 to 30 kilometers away from Baghdad, on the very day that Daesh approached that town, and he helped to repel the Daesh attack, and he essentially saving Baghdad and the region and beyond, and Erbil as well. Now, we're getting some strong reactions from Iran, saying that America's crossed the red line, they're vowing revenge, and you've also mentioned that Americans should get out of the region. Is that your prediction, or is your analysis? Is that what you believe that's going to happen? That the revenge, the response, will come in the form of some type of military action?
It's not for me to say what is going to happen, but obviously this was an act of war. The Americans murdered a high-ranking Iranian military official, a high-ranking Iranian government official. They murdered a high-ranking Iraqi military official. And therefore the occupation forces in Iraq will definitely pay the consequences. I think it's quite clear. But also regimes like the United Arab Emirates and others that support the Americans, which have American military bases, I think that their situation is very precarious. And therefore I do not see a future in these countries. I think, again, that it's better for all Western citizens and perhaps everyone who can leave the United Arab Emirates and other countries, the Saudi regime, but in particular the United Arab Emirates is vulnerable, for them to leave immediately, not to wait for anything, not to wait for some sort of event to take place. They should leave now. And I think all Westerners in Iraq should definitely leave immediately, whether they're businessmen or businesswomen or embassy staff. The Americans have just carried out an act of war against the Iraqi people. And I think the Americans have made a grave miscalculation. General Soleimani is extremely popular in Iran. And contrary to the propaganda campaign carried out by the Americans and the Saudis and the Emiratis, the Iranian general is very popular in Iraq. And we will see that in the hours and days ahead. Despite all the anti-Iranian activities carried out by American NGOs, the former Baathists, the followers of Saddam Hussein, and supporters of ISIS in Iraq, and some people who were fooled by this propaganda, we will see that the Americans will not be able to control the situation in Iraq, that the Iraqi people will demand revenge from those who carried out this act of war against their war heroes. And the Iraqis will no longer accept an American regime that acts with impunity, that disregards Iraqi sovereignty, that ignores the Iraqi government and the Prime Minister, that murders war heroes hundreds of kilometers away from any American military base on the Syrian border. They murdered these fighters a couple of days ago on the Syrian border, the people who were fighting ISIS. And the reason, of course, is because the Americans wanted ISIS to be able to regroup between Syria and Iraq. They wanted to prevent Iraq and Syria from carrying out trade because the Americans want to strangle Syria and, of course, weaken Iraq as well. So the United States has been a menace to this region for many decades. But this time the Americans have gone too far.
Yeah, Washington claiming that it took defensive action. How is this defensive action, Mr. Marandi, when you've got senators saying that this action is not going to save American lives, but is going to lead to the death of more Americans in Iraq?
Yes, even the Western media, which is utterly biased against Iran, and even though the Western media and Western pundits know quite well that if it wasn't for General Soleimani, and if it wasn't for people like Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and the others, Syria would not exist today, and Iran would not exist today. Iraq would not exist today. And perhaps Iran wouldn't have existed either. They know that the black flags would have taken over the region thanks to U.S. policy. So, but despite that, they still try to say that the United States has a moral right to carry out acts of aggression, has the moral right to invade countries if they so wish to do so. If the Americans wish to occupy a country, they have the moral right to do so. When they kill Iraqis, Iranians, the Lebanese, Syrians, it's always justified because the Western media, Western establishment is racist. They're Eurocentric. They consider themselves to have exceptional rights. They have more rights than the rest of the world. So when they destroy Libya, they don't consider these to be crimes against humanity. They say at most they'll say this was a policy failure. When they destroy Afghanistan by supporting Al-Qaeda, no one goes to jail in Europe or the United States. When they give Saddam Hussein chemical weapons, no one is punished as a result. Yet when false flag operations are carried out in Syria, and alleged chemical attacks are carried out, before the information becomes clear to the international community as to what happened, the Americans and the Europeans carry out strikes against Syria. The Americans and the Europeans can support extremists in Syria, yet they never paid the price. They always imagine or promote the notion that they have the moral legitimacy, the moral right to carry out these crimes. And this is the reason for their downfall. The reason why today they can no longer sustain their empire is because the region is much more awake today than it was before. It is much more capable today than it was before to resist the United States and its allies. We saw the United States defeated in Syria. We've seen the United States and Saudi Arabia defeated in Yemen. We're now seeing the defeat of the United States for the second time in Iraq. The United States this time round has crossed a red line, though, where I think the pace of events will quicken and Trump will face a humiliating defeat.
Professor Morandi, General Soleimani was very popular not just in Iraq but in the whole region, you know, from Lebanon to Yemen to people, wherever there is oppressed people in this region, General Soleimani was popular. So in a sense, we could possibly see a response not just from Iraq but outside Iraq as well.
Yes, I mean, the problem is that the Americans, the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the Europeans, they spread propaganda against him, and they believe their own propaganda. So they claim that he is behind the killings of protesters in Iraq, and the Iraqi popular mobilization forces are behind the killings of protesters in Iraq, which is nonsense. But that's the narrative they promote in order to discredit Iran, in order to create an anti-Iranian environment. But the problem is that they believe their own propaganda, and then they calculate based upon their flawed information, or the lies that they spread themselves. And so they think that, okay, since Iran is unpopular, since the Iraqi war heroes who defeated ISIS are unpopular among Iraqis based upon their own propaganda, they think that if they carry out assaults and murder Iraqi soldiers, or murder Iraqi senior military officials, or murder Iranian senior officials, people will welcome it. It is the exact opposite. We will see in the coming hours that the overwhelming majority of Iraqis despise the United States, that the overwhelming majority of Iraqis had great faith in General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. The fact that Ba'athists, the old Saddam Hussein supporters and ISIS supporters, and Western NGOs in Iraq coordinated anti-Iranian protests does not mean that they speak on behalf of the Iraqi people. So this was a major miscalculation by the Americans, and the Americans are going to have to pay a price. And I think that regimes like the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are too foolish to recognize how vulnerable they are to any escalation in this region.
Let's put things into perspective, Professor. The anti-Iran sentiments and the slogans that we heard from Baghdad, when you look at the monitor, I mean, you quite rightly said the Persian Gulf media and the Western media, they really magnified these anti-Iran protests, whereas the majority of the protests in Iraq were against legitimate rights that they had. But the anti-Iran, the faction, if you see them, there weren't more than 100 or 200, and what looked like mobs essentially, that were chanting anti-Iranian slogans, and this was magnified on an unbelievable scale by the Western and Arab media. I just want to get your thoughts on this regarding the attack itself. Now, the US says it was conducted on the order of President Trump. It would do, but do you think this was done by President Trump, or do you think President Trump was misled by his aides, those occupants in the White House, which some refer to as warmongers?
I think there is a possibility that elements within the deep state in the United States want Trump to lose the election, and therefore those elements, whether in the U.S. intelligence services or the military, want to encourage conflict because they know that Trump will lose, the United States will fail, and that as a result Trump will not get reelected. I think that is a possibility. That's not something that we should discount. That's not something that we should just consider as a conspiracy theory. I think it is quite possible that senior officials in the United States, in the deep state, in the military, in the intelligence, want Trump to lose in this region so that he can be removed from power and so that they can prevent him from being reelected. I'm not saying that this is what happened, but I believe that this is something quite plausible. And I think, again, the likes of Trump, they believe their own propaganda. As you rightly said, the protests in Iraq and the grievances among Iraqis are directed towards their own leaders. Those who were antagonizing Iran and those who were antagonizing the Iraqi war heroes were a small minority. They did not reflect Iraqi public opinion. But just like in Iran, whenever there are riots, the United States, the Europeans, and their pundits and their media, they try to frame it as if Iranians want to overthrow the constitution, the political order, and the state. This is all based on wishful thinking in Western countries. Western countries, their media, their think tanks, their pundits, their calculations with regards to Iran, with regards to Iraq, with regards to Yemen and Syria and Lebanon and Afghanistan and elsewhere is basically founded upon wishful thinking. And they drink their own Kool-Aid. They believe their own propaganda, and as a result, they constantly miscalculate and they constantly fail. But I think this failure that we will be seeing in the coming days and weeks is something that will be a bit different from what we've seen before, because the Americans have carried out a clear act of war against two nations simultaneously, two nations that have fought side by side against ISIS, two nations that have fought side by side against the black flags of terrorism which the Americans helped create along with the Saudis and other regimes. So again, my advice, and I really wish that it would never come to this, but my advice is that all Western citizens leave the whole region immediately, because it is unclear what is going to happen in the coming days and weeks.
So we've got about less than 2 minutes, Doctor. Mr. Morandi, you believe this is going to be a game-changing event in the region?
I do not know what is going to happen, but I think that the consequences will be very severe. I think that the United States, the regime in Washington, the Trump regime in particular, will have to pay a heavy price. General Soleimani was a war hero, and he is very highly respected among Iranians. He is loved by Iranians. He is loved by Iraqis. He is loved across the region. Again, the Americans shouldn't believe their own propaganda. The Saudis shouldn't believe their propaganda. They are in a very weak position, and they have angered the whole resistance axis. They've carried out murder. They've carried out terrorism, and they've broken international law, and they've outraged the people of Iran and Iraq, and the Americans and their friends are very vulnerable. The American position in Iraq is not sustainable. So again, my condolences to the people of the region, the people of Iran and Iraq in particular, but my advice to Westerners and those who can leave the United Arab Emirates and Iraq and other countries is that they should go now.
Mr. Professor Morandi, thank you very much indeed for your contribution and for joining us. Mohammed Morandi, Professor at the University of Tehran, joining us from our headquarters in the Iranian capital. Now, dear viewers, those of you just joining us now, let's bring you, who have just joined us, let's bring you up to speed with what's happened and what we know. And the information that we have so far is that it's been confirmed by the Islamic Republic of Iran, by Iraq and the United States that two US airstrikes have targeted a vehicle carrying the commander of the Quds force of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, General Qasim Soleimani, leading to his assassination and martyrdom. Inside that vehicle was also, according to media reports citing a spokesman for the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces, inside that vehicle was also the senior commander of the Iraq's Popular Mobilization Units, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, and a third airstrike struck a second car in the vicinity of the Baghdad International Airport, which killed security officials, other security officials and bodyguards of the Popular Mobilization Forces. We have reaction is actually mounting now, and we've heard from an advisor to Iran's president that the US must wait for repercussions for crossing Iran's red line. Very strong statements coming out of Tehran. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has also issued a statement confirming General Soleimani's martyrdom. We're waiting for a second statement from the elite forces, Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps, that is, and that second statement is expected to be in more detail. We've also heard from the Iranian foreign minister, who has strongly condemned the US for committing, quote, a terrorist and heinous crimes. Mohammad Javad Zarif also said the US foolish move to martyr General Soleimani will strengthen the resistance movement in the region. Zarif has also added that Iran will use all political legal capacities to hold the US accountable for this crime. We've also heard from the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, who has condemned the assassination and declared 3 days of national mourning. Ayatollah Syed Ali Khamenei has said harsh vengeance awaits those criminals behind the martyrdom of General Soleimani. Ayatollah Khamenei also said the resistance movement will press ahead with more strength, and that final victory will come true to the dismay of killers and criminals. Ayatollah Khamenei also said those attached to the resistance will wreak vengeance on General Soleimani's killers. Now, let's get some more reaction on this breaking news, and we're going to go to, I believe, Fuad Izadi, professor at the University of Tehran. Mr. Izadi, welcome. If I can get your initial reaction to General Soleimani's martyrdom.
And obviously this was a big mistake. It was a criminal act. It was a terrorist act. As you know, General Soleimani was a very religious man, and he awaited today all his adult life. So he's happy, and he achieved what he worked very hard for many decades. There are many generals in Iran's Quds force, in Iran's military, and they have been working with him. They have had a lot of experience during the last number of decades. General Soleimani will be replaced by someone sooner or later. In the next few days, his replacement will be announced. So the damage to Iran is obviously losing a very competent general The damage to Iraq is losing a very competent general, which is a big loss, no doubt about it. But these people, both General Soleimani and General al-Mohandes, the Iraqi commander, military commander that was assassinated today, worked very hard to achieve a number of goals in the Middle East. One goal was to end U.S. hegemony in this part of the world. One goal was to make sure U.S. Illegal behavior is stopped in this part of the world. And the assassination of these people will achieve that goal. You can mark today the beginning of the end of the U.S. presence in the Middle East. And you needed to have a foolish president in the White House to actually take this action. And Mr. Trump fits that description. That's why you see a lot of more competent American politicians also mourning today, because they realize the foolish act of President Trump is going to damage the United States much more than it's going to damage the people of this region. And that's why they're upset. If you read Nancy Pelosi's statement, if you read Joe Biden's statement, if you read generally most Middle East experts and analysts that are commenting today, all of them are basically pointing out that this criminal act, this foolish act by President Trump is going to end his presidency, is going to end the presence of United States in the Middle East, and the ramifications are going to be quite severe for the United States.
Yeah, and Professor Izadi, we know, of course, others will replace, there are others that will replace General Soleimani, and they will have the same courage as General Soleimani. There was something about General Soleimani. Those who know him say that when, you know, like when he sat in a room in a meeting, he would usually stay silent, and when he spoke, the whole room would be silent, and everyone wants to hear what he wants to say. He was very influential. If you can please just elaborate more on the profile of General Soleimani. He, of course, he always wished for martyrdom. If you can just elaborate more on his profile.
You know, you're right. He was very much liked by anyone who met him. He was quite influential on the people that he commanded. People liked him because people realized that he believes what he says. He was, you know, he knew full well that going to Iraq or being in Iraq at this time is going to be dangerous for him personally. But he was this type of commander, this type of general that didn't lead from behind, that didn't sit in his Tehran office and just ordered others to take danger. And that's one reason that he was loved by people who knew him and by the people who listened to him when he asked them to do things, because they knew that he is available for martyrdom the same way that they were. But the good news is that most of Iranian generals are like that. he was not an exception. This was the norm. This is the norm of how Iran's military operates. And when you look at Western media's coverage today, they talk about the fact that Iran's regional influence is quite extensive, and they attribute that to General Soleimani. The thing that they forget is that you cannot have this level of influence by just one person working. You need to have many, many thousands of people working very hard to make sure that the goals that they have to achieve are achieved. So the end result of the assassination is basically rejuvenating the people who are not martyred, who are still continuing and are going to work very hard to achieve the goals that General Soleimani had. And this has been the history of Iran's Islamic Republic, that there are people like General Soleimani that are going to sacrifice themselves. They reach a higher status because of that quality. They become symbols of resistance. And when they are martyred, their death, their martyrdom, is going to be more effective, and they're going to achieve more after martyrdom than they achieved when they were alive. Because this gives a hope to the people who were around them to continue that line of work, and this would basically result in these people becoming more energized to continue with that type of action. And at the end of the day, as we have seen before, during the Iran-Iraq war, we had some of General Soleimani's friends and comrades that were martyred. And the reason Saddam's army was not able to achieve its goals, given the fact that he had help from the United States, from European countries, from the Saudis and Emiratis and other states around Iraq, the fact that and Iran was more or less alone, and the fact that they could not defeat Iran was because of this very fact, that people who commanded Iranian military at that time were people like General Soleimani, and that level of sacrifice ensured their success, because they were not following general military rules. If General Soleimani wanted to follow general practices, he was not supposed to be in Iraq at the time that he was. So taking that level of risk is what made General Soleimani what he was, and that line of thinking, that mentality, that ideology is going to be reinforced by his martyrdom.
But to Syed, Mohsin, Abbas. Mr. Abbas, now, if I can get first your initial reaction, and we've heard from the advisor to Iran's President Hassan Rouhani that the US must, this is his statement, the US must wait for repercussions for crossing Iran's red line. Has the United States crossed the red line, and what do you think the ramifications are?
Well, they've definitely crossed a red line or two over the last week or so. But first of all, condolences to the family of General Soleimani and all those martyrs who were victims in this latest attack, and condolences to the entire freedom movement around the world that is has looked up to General Soleimani and indeed Mahdi Mohandes and their ilk as if you like, the bastions of modern-day resistance. They were nothing less than what I would describe as warrior saints. It's a very medieval kind of terminology in many people's eyes in the West, but warrior saint is something which people must begin to learn to understand in relation to the resistance axis. I had the honor of meeting some of these warrior saints in the northern mountains of Iran very recently, and I was amazed by the atmosphere and the sheer commitment, the sheer power, the sheer spiritual energy, and the actual complete lack of fear. These people who have been trained by the likes of General Soleimani and Agha Mohandes are a unique set of individuals on this planet today. They are really the people who are on the front line of trying to return real humanity back to the world. Whether the rest of the world understands that or not is not my problem. But the fact is, I've seen it. I'm an eyewitness. I live in the West. I've grown up here. I understand the mechanisms and systems here. I've seen what we are about here. And I've seen what these kind of men are about. They have a piety and a civilization and a sense of honor and chivalry, which is unheard of in the West. The West has forgotten these terms because they don't understand even what ethics or morality is really all about. But this man, General Soleimani, he sat with Gnostics. And I think this is really important because this idea of the warrior saint is rooted, of course, for those who understand anything about Iran or Iraq or about the core of Islamic history. It's rooted in individuals like Hazrat Imam Ali alayhi salam, who himself was martyred in the Masjid of Kufa, and he was assassinated and murdered by another heinous fellow. And actually, when he was in Sajda and the final death blow was struck by the sword, he said that he'd finally achieved success. All his life, this man had fought for justice and for causes of truth, lived a humble, honest life, and yet he didn't declare his success till the day he was assassinated. General Soleimani and the likes of Mahdi Mohandes have lived these very simple, noble lives, and they too have achieved success. So I would like to congratulate the entire freedom movement, the human freedom movement, on the success of our martyrs. But at the same time, I'd like to express commiserations and sadness that we won't have them among us for any longer, not in this world anyway. But there are a million Soleimanis that have emerged because of the heroics and the noble exploits of these individuals. He was a commander par excellence. Even his peers and other military commanders and all of the professional military sources that you will consult will tell you that he, on the field, was the most accomplished general of his generation, of this era, period. That's an absolute reality. His experience in the field is unmatched. His victories are unmatched. His tactical prowess and his know-how knowledge is unmatched, but he's clearly passed those knowledge bases on, and we just have to remember him with humility and remember the pious nature of who he's with. But the hand that is behind this entire movement is still there. The hand is a mystical hand. It's a hand which the Americans have been searching for, and it's a hand which Agha Soleimani paid his allegiance to. Imam Mahdi Ajatullah Faraj, he is the real force that is guiding most of this resistance axis, and those of us who understand both the temporal and the spiritual world recognize that what the resistance axis is doing is preparing the grounds for a return of one who will actually bring justice. Because when injustice reaches the level that the Americans have managed to now bring it to, the Israeli and the Zionists, it requires men like General Soleimani to pave the way for somebody who will completely clear humanity of this trash, this absolute, disgusting, despicable excuse of so-called humanity that is personified by Donald Trump, who gave this order, he represents everything that I feel General Soleimani wasn't. And the fact of the matter is that this should awaken those who have been sleeping, who haven't given credit to the resistance axis. And I shame a lot of the Muslim world. The non-Muslim world you can't blame so much, they're brainwashed. But I do blame the Muslim world for its failure to recognize these heroes in the past, the failure to support the resistance axis in the way they should have. But I feel that it's something which actually now is really going to be even more clearly open in the daylight. You have to choose a side. As George Bush said, you're either with us or you're against us. And I think that the words of Professor Morandi really rung true. I too would recommend that all Americans, all Westerners who really fancy living a little bit longer, they ought to probably leave that entire Middle East region. I thought what he said was absolutely spot on. War is looming. It's only going to be the patience of Ayatollah Khamenei and the esoteric kind of depth of knowledge that the people around him are going to advise him with, which is based on basira, a deeper kind of wisdom which we may not have. But under any other normal, rational rule of human engagement, the Americans deserve to be rooted out, every last one of them, from the Middle East. They have no business being in the Middle East, whether they're contractors, whether they're civilians, whether they're government politicians, whether they are military men. They have no business in the Middle East. They should leave. And I would reiterate that. I think that kid gloves are off. The time has come now for
Syed, Abbas,
just
to pause you just for a second. Breaking news reaching us here on PressTV that the martyrdom of General Soleimani will boost Iran's will to resist the US aggression. That's from Iran's President Hassan Rouhani, saying that General Soleimani's martyrdom will boost the Islamic Republic's will to resist US aggression. So now, Syed Abbas, are you saying will the resistance axis, resistance movements grow stronger in the wake of General Soleimani's assassination, martyrdom?
Way stronger. In fact, I think the resistance axis has been really restrained. They've been operating in a largely defensive and reactionary way. They haven't gone on the offensive as such. If you look at Syria and the Hezbollah involvement or the Iranian involvement, it was a reaction to the machinations of Israeli, American and Western, if you like, plots. If you look at even Hezbollah in Lebanon, when the Israelis attacked, it was a reaction. If you looked at the situation in Iraq, when they unleashed ISIS, the defense forces of the resistance axis responded, they reacted. It's time to go on the offensive. I don't think that this is an enemy or this is a foe which has any honor, has any dignity. They will keep attacking with these cheap methods of disrupting peace and order in the Middle East if you allow them to. And unless they're confronted in the battlefields, unless they're taken on, to be honest with you, there's no other way of getting rid of these this cancer in the heart of the Middle East. How else are you going to get rid of them? They won't listen to diplomacy. They won't listen to any kind of economic sense. They won't listen to their own friends, their own allies. There is only one real language that a bully understands. And when a bully is in a region the size of the nation of America, it clearly has the arrogance and the temerity to not learn its lessons. They've had their nose bloodied in Israel. 2 wars that they failed in, even against the Axis. They went to Syria thinking they were going to walk through Syria. They got a bloody nose. They failed in Syria. They come to Iraq. They failed in Iraq. How many lessons do these stupid people who run the Zio-American system need to learn? So quite frankly, if they're going to have another lesson, it's long overdue, and it needs to be one which actually completely gets rid of them. And yes, the resistance axis has a steely gaze. I mean, I felt it, I saw it, I was with it, I was in it, and I saw that what was in the eye of those individuals was an absolutely core commitment to clearing injustice from the Middle East. The Americans have been desperately trying to create that excuse. They've tried to avoid it, actually. I'll correct myself. The Americans have been trying to avoid it, by and large. The Israelis won't let them. Israel needs a war. If Israel does not have a war now with the resistance axis, it fears that in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, 5 years' time, they will be completely powerless against the mobilization and the skills and the technological and the scientific and the military advancements that the resistance has on its side over the last 10, 15 years. They will not be able to compete with it. They can't compete with it now on the ground. They won't be able to do it in the future. So I think they're going for broke. I think that they have no option in their own minds. They have to try and either defeat the resistance axis at this stage.
Syed Abbas, stay with me. Syed, stay with me. Let me just bring in Professor Fuad Azadi from Tehran University. Mr. Azadi, we've got some, senators, U.S. senators condemning this attack in Baghdad International Airport that led to the martyrdom of General Soleimani, saying that it's quite the opposite. It's not because Washington's claiming that this is defensive, is acted in a defensive measure. The senators are saying this is going to lead to the death of more American lives. So in what way is this defensive?
It is not, obviously. And as you have reported, the UN Special Rapporteur has issued a statement saying that this is an illegal action. The fact that some U.S. president issues an executive order and designates someone as some part of Iran's military as a terrorist organization doesn't make them a terrorist organization. And even under U.S. law, if someone has that designation, you can confiscate their property. You don't get to kill them. So what the U.S. has done is illegal under U.S. law. What they have done is illegal under international law. And you will find no attorney with sound mind that would justify this type of behavior. President Trump and people in the White House think that they live in the Wild West, and sooner or later they will also realize that this is the mistake that resulted in ending of U.S. presence in this part of the world. The Americans cannot continue as legitimate players when they engage in this type of activities. They have broken all rules, and the end result is going to be much more damaging to the United States than anybody else. The axis of resistance has lost 2 important generals, and the Americans have lost their legitimacy. They have lost their reason to be around this part of the world, and they have lost what they have worked for the last many decades, trying to build a presence in the Middle East. So March 3rd is the beginning of the end of the United States in this part of the world. I'm sorry, January 3rd is going to end. Is going to be marked as the day that is going to end U.S. presence here.
Now, Syed Abbas, we're seeing reactions coming in from resistance movements in the region, Hezbollah, Hamas. I believe we heard from Yemen's Ansar Allah movement, all the resistance movements that are fighting and aggression and tyranny. And that's really what General Soleimani represented to them. So Iran's response so far has been one of their they've made some very strong statements, but this reaction, Iran has warned of saying a reaction is definitely coming. What type of reaction, we can't speculate on that, but General Soleimani was adored and loved by people in the entire region, and his martyrdom is perhaps going to trigger a response from not just from outside Iraq, especially outside Iran, especially Iraq, where he helped to defeat the Daesh terror group.
Well, after Ayatollah Khamenei, General Soleimani is the most recognizable face of the resistance. He had a warmth and which actually affects anybody who actually knew him or saw him. He has, I think, one quality which is going to be also very important for the Islamic Republic of Iran, that the people of Iran will now galvanize even more powerfully around the establishment, something which the Americans have been trying to dislodge. They've been trying to buy off, pay off, threaten, economically starve Iran into dropping their loyalty to the Islamic Revolution and to Ayatollah Khamenei. I think they're going to be a very, very long distance away from that, because General Soleimani has the respect of the entire Islamic Republic of Iran's population. So there's one own goal that this is definitely going to generate. But across the region, General Soleimani's tactics, his ideas, his methodologies, let's just take the Yemen resistance that you mentioned, they have operated in a way which was unique. That kind of warfare that they've instigated in Yemen against the Saudi aggression is impossible to deal with. Modern military machinery can't deal with the tactics. I won't go into those tactics, although I've studied some of those, but they are unique, and they've emanated from the handbook of some specialists who quite clearly are very close to General Soleimani's unconventional and brilliant military, if you like, tactical kind of innovations, I would argue. So yes, the region, these forces, Hezbollah, whether it's the Hashd al-Shahabi or whether it's the Yemeni Ansarullah, or there are many, many more. These aren't the only ones. There are dozens and dozens of these kind of movements around, and they've all learned, and they will never forget. They are going to continue to become a thorn in the side of the Americans in this region. And first responsibility, I think, goes to the Iraqi government, who've tried to play this game of sitting in the middle, not try to aggravate. Fair enough. You don't want to straight back, please. But now the Iraqi government must act decisively. It must purge itself of any US-linked traitors within its establishment and its circles. It must not tolerate any kind of treachery, because let's face it, how did they find out where Soleimani was? Usually the intelligence agencies have their own men inside the systems in order to do that, and clearly that needs to be looked at. The security services need to look very carefully at that. They need to expel all of the United States Armed Forces and contractors. They need to make it absolutely clear that there's no more need for these forces to be here, let alone fly around with their helicopters and threaten people and bomb everybody. They need to go. And if they don't go, then quite clearly we have a situation. Of course, they could go to the world international bodies and start complaining to them, but I doubt that's going to have much impact. They could turn to China and Russia, perhaps, to sort of bolster them up. But certainly what we have to recognize, that if the Americans could not get rid of Assad in Syria, there's absolutely no chance on earth that they're going to be able to touch Iran and that Iraqi region without being totally and thoroughly defeated in that region. It will destroy them. It will be their Vietnam in the Middle East. So I would say that these are some of the things that need to happen from the resistance, and I'm counting the Iraqi government as part of that resistance, and they need to sort of take up the violations of these repeated violations of sovereignty, which the Americans have done with impunity. They can't lie down like the weak, if you like, man of the Middle East. They've got to stand up with pride, and they've got to assert themselves and know that they have friends, and know that the Americans can be eradicated from the region, because if they're not eradicated from that region, there will never be peace, because the Americans are not here to bring justice, and you cannot have peace without justice being in the first place there. So if the Iraqi people want justice, if they want a system that's not corrupt, if they want a system which actually works for them, the people, the first stage is get rid of the Americans, because they're the ones who are orchestrating most of the oil siphoning, most of the corruption, most of the politicians which are of the nasty kind. So
Sayyid Husseini, stay with me, Sayyid Husseini. Let me. Sorry, Sayyid Mohsin Abbas, stay with me. Apologies for that. Sayyid Mohsin, stay with me. Let me bring in Barry Grossman, an international lawyer. Mr. Grossman, now, Iraq and Iran have ties. They have military ties, trade ties, economic ties. It's very normal for Iranian officials to visit Baghdad, for Iraqi officials to visit Iran. Now, what's the legal basis for assassinating a security official, an Iranian security official in Baghdad, who was invited by the Iraqi government, and attacking him and waging three airstrikes on a helicopter in Baghdad International Airport? What's the legal basis for this?
Well, look, there is no legal. In fact, there's no legal basis to the Americans' drone warfare program more generally. But there's certainly no legal basis for this calculated assassination of General Soleimani. And let's not lose sight of the fact that there, in fact, is no recognized state of war existing between the United States and Iran, even though much of what the United States does is tantamount to waging a war against Iran. So on any proper legal view, there's absolutely no justification. This is a straight-out state-sanctioned murder of a high-ranking public official for political purposes, and that also happens to fit what is considered pretty much universally to be the definition of terrorism. And that's quite apart from the fact, of course, that it was a completely idiotic move. I mean, strategically, at very best, it's a blunder. Tactically speaking, it will be completely ineffective. Morally, it's bankrupt. And legally, it's criminal. There is really no way to find any silver lining in this. If you look at it from an American point of view, it was a blunder of the worst kind. It's provocative, cruel, unnecessary, pointless, without reason, and it makes no sense. And of course, it will lead to consequences. Now, I'm not going to speculate about what those consequences might be. I'm certainly not going to speculate about what the Iranian government might choose or not choose to do. Time will tell. But I suspect that there will be a response, not necessarily one orchestrated by the Iranian military or government. Let's not lose sight of the fact that Iraq itself is a sovereign nation. The people of Iraq have a right to resist their occupation. Let's also not lose sight of the fact that whatever else might be said, the IRGC is not the same thing as the Popular Mobilization Forces, even though they may cooperate together. What's very peculiar about all of this is that it's very difficult to avoid the conclusion that the general was probably the leading light in the fight against Takfiri terrorism in the region for many years now, and probably more important than any other single person in the world in bringing ISIS, Daesh, whatever you choose to call them, to heel. And the Americans, professing to be in the region to fight terrorism, chose to launch a calculated, illegal attack on the general with a view to assassinating him at the specific instruction of the U.S. president. And no matter how you want to slice and dice this, this is completely outrageous, completely unacceptable, and should highlight for people around the world what we're dealing with when we talk about this beast that we call the United States.
Now, Mr. Grossman, just staying with you for a minute or two. Now, this all started allegedly started with the death of a American military contractor by a Katyusha rocket that was fired in the direction of Kirkuk, I believe. The Iraqi government announced that it will conduct an investigation into that Katyusha rocket. It could have been fired from anyone. It could have been fired from the French. Who knows? Who fired? It could have been fired by the Americans themselves. The fact of the matter is, the investigation hasn't ended. They were still working on the investigation. Yet we saw an American attack on the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces that killed dozens of their members in the eastern Anbar province. And again today we're seeing an attack that some are saying is going to change the balance, the power of balance, change the balance of power and change pretty much the whole scene in the region. Why is the US attack? And it's becoming a trend now. It's becoming a trend for the US to conduct these sorts of attacks without waiting for the conclusion of any investigation and without providing any evidence.
Certainly not becoming a trend. It is the reality of how things have been for a very, very long time, and it's only become worse in the last 20 or so years. The United States considers itself too exceptional to be bound by international law, to be subjected to instruction by any other power, be it their allies, the United Nations, or any other international organization, which the United States, ironically, expects other nations to comply with. The United States always acts unilaterally, and more often than not, it acts impulsively in acting unilaterally. And it's really quite absurd. As for the excuses that are being offered up, again, the public announcement made by the Department of Defense is really quite absurd in claiming that the general was responsible for the attack which killed the life of one U.S. mercenary operating somewhere where he should not have been in the first place. Certainly, excuse me, and certainly not operating as a member of the U.S. Military. He was a mercenary. As for who carried out that attack and why it was carried out, there's certainly people speculating that it might just as well be some kind of a false flag. I don't know. What I will say is this. There are people making a coherent argument that the attack was itself a response to U.S. action on the ground through its mercenaries, killing people without justification in Iraq. And in particular, I don't mean attacking elements of ISIS or Daesh, but rather attacking elements which have been largely responsible for fighting ISIS and Daesh. So the whole thing reeks of absurdity, as does the American conflation of saying anything that happens in Iraq is necessarily under the control of Iran. That's really quite absurd. Iraq is a sovereign power, albeit one which is in many respects still occupied by the United States. Certainly back in the day when the original U.S. belligerent invasion took place that got rid of Saddam Hussein, the U.S. had no issue whatsoever.
Well, you know what, Barry? Barry, the other allegation that America repeatedly states is that the Popular Mobilization Forces, of which today their deputy commander was assassinated also and martyred, Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes, they regularly state that it's an Iranian proxy, whereas this Popular Mobilization Forces, it answers to Baghdad, it receives its paychecks from Baghdad, it answers to, you know, the commander-in-chief of Iraq's armed forces. It's a part of Iraq's armed forces. Attacking it is like attacking Iraq's army.
Exactly, and that's where I was heading a moment ago.
Right.
And let's also not lose sight of the fact that back when the original U.S. invasion took place, there were, albeit completely different people, we're talking about 20 years, there were Shia militia that the U.S. had no qualms about orchestrating in order to bring the war to elements in Iraq, typically Sunni elements, that were resisting, as it's painted, the U.S. invasion. So it's all good and well for the U.S. To utilize forces on the ground in Iraq that are uniquely Iraqi, and nobody says anything. But the moment it suits the U.S. agenda, suddenly the U.S. formally takes the position that anybody in Iraq, which isn't under the control of the United States itself, must be controlled by the United States. And that kind of reductionist thinking is completely absurd. The popular mobilization forces, as you point out, are beholden to the Iraqi government and the Iraqi military, that they happen to coordinate with and work with Iranian forces that are there by invitation, fighting a common enemy not only with Iran but in Iraq, but with the rest of the world, including the United States, is beside the point. That doesn't make the popular mobilization forces a proxy military force of the IRGC or the wider Iranian army. And to suggest otherwise just goes to show how absurd the DOD, the Department of Defense in the United States, can be, and how intensively it relies on the idiocy of its propaganda that it cranks out day and night. Now, let's not lose sight of one other fact. There was a news item only a year ago which acknowledged that Israel had actually approached the U.S. for a green light to assassinate the general, and that green light was provided by the Americans. So there's not a lot of room for confusion here. The Americans, working with the Israelis, their allies in the region, saw something to be gained by assassinating the general, even if it happens to completely violate every principle of international law, even if strategically it's a blunder and tactically it's ineffective. And finally, that operation was carried out to fruition. We will mourn the general's passing for a day or so, but our mourning will take the form of a celebration of the fact that he's been called, he's achieved his lifelong ambition of being a martyr. No doubt his place has been reserved, and we should all look forward to meeting a similar fate if we are lucky enough to be anywhere near as much of service to humanity as the general has been.
Syed, Mohsin, Abbas, we're seeing footage of General Soleimani in the battlefield at the forefront in Syria and Iraq. How influential was the general in the fight against terror groups?
Well, as I said, sorry, go ahead.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, when, for instance, the Takfiri forces miraculously emerged below the American radar, you know, this sophisticated set of satellites and all of these tools that the CIA and all of their kind of Mossad and other agencies have, all of this electronical surveillance equipment that they have, suddenly seem to have gone on the blink. There was no pickup of these ISIS Takfiri pickup trucks that were hurtling down. They obviously didn't pick up where they were gathering either. And having allowed effectively these Takfirists to emerge in Iraq out of the blue and overrun Mosul by their own subtle machinations, the Americans then proceeded to be very slow in any kind of response. And had it not been for two things, one was the Islamic Republic of Iran and General Soleimani's immediate arrival into the field, their offer of support, the acceptance of the offer of support by the democratically elected Iraqi government, and then the subsequent immediate defense that was put up, led by many Iranian generals, but of course Iraqi generals too. So this scenario is what General Soleimani, this is his legacy, just one of his many legacies, but it's the most defining one for me, because had he not stepped in, had that know-how not been there, you would have seen that these Daesh Takfiri mercenary terrorists paid £2,000 a month or $2,000 a month via Saudi sponsors, but on the behest of the Americans, trained by these Americans, covert mercenary agents. Had General Soleimani not arrived on the scene, had that not occurred, the Iranian immediate support to the Iraqi people, their neighbors, not happened, the Daesh would have been having their black flags flying above every steeple in Baghdad and across the entire Iraqi region. That was the American plan. That was to set up a state that they could control, one controlled by their own Takfiri mercenaries. That was the whole plan. It failed, and it failed for another reason. That the Marjah, Ayatollah Sistani, immediately, Grand Ayatollah Sistani, immediately came out with a fatwa which effectively formed the PMUs, the force which now is known as the Hashd al-Shahabi and part of the Iraqi army, was formed by these two forces ultimately, in terms of being practically there to train and develop and mobilize. So who are these PMUs? It's really important that were then developed by the resistance axis in Iraq to defend their motherland or fatherland, whichever way you want to look at it. Well, what actually took place was a really diverse range of units. And you see, there have been many forces fighting in Mosul, which were, you could say, Shia militias or whatnot. And in fact, Mahdi al-Muhandis with the Kataib Hezbollah was arguably one of those on the front line trying to defend Mosul, even at the very early outset from the research that I've done. However, the rest of the PMU was not under some collective control of the Iranians. They are from the people. That's the whole term, popular units. They're popular mobilization units because they came from the ground up. They don't belong to a particular political faction. That's why they still have the love of the Iraqi people, who have demonstrated against some politicians who've been unscrupulous and corrupt, but they've not demonstrated against the popular mobilization units for one reason. They are from them. They are from the people. These are ordinary kids, ordinary youngsters who came to the call of Ayatollah Sistani and joined the resistance axis because the Iraqi government, which was supposed to have been trained by the American military, didn't have a clue. It didn't manage to stop the kids being killed in Spiga. They didn't manage to pick up what was going on in Mosul. Why was that? Why were generals not told to be on alert? Why did they stand down? There's a huge question mark that remains as to why all those things happened, but it was the American military that was actually meant to have been operating surveillance for them. It was the American military that was meant to have trained them to be able to defend against such occurrences, and it was the American military that failed Iraq. And it's the same American military which today is killing its sons. Let's not talk about General Soleimani alone. I want to talk about the ordinary soldiers, the ordinary bodyguards, the ordinary Iraqis who were there in a brotherly embrace with General Soleimani. Those poor fellows have also sacrificed their lives. They have children, they have wives, they have mothers, they have left behind widows. And my heart goes out to these individuals for the loss of life, but their cause, as Mahdi Muhandis said, the blood of the martyrs will not go unavenged. And the fact is that he now is one of those bloody martyrs. And I dare say that the PMUs will not let his blood go unavenged. There's certainly going to be retribution. There's certainly going to be a response. And I think this may also galvanize the Iraqi people into once and for all recognizing who the clear and obvious danger and enemy to their liberty, to their freedom, to their democracy is. And it's there right before their eyes. It's the American contingent who have still got a hold, because the money, as one of my earlier colleagues on the line said, they have spent lots of dollars. They bought off many people. There are many people who are from the unscrupulous Ba'athist regime who still lurk around will take money for this. The Takfirists have melted into the background, but they're still there. There's still unscrupulous tribal fraternities that might still support American shenanigans. The Kurds themselves have been bought off on many occasions, and these are the different fragmented techniques that the Americans have been using to try and keep Iraq divided, to keep them split, keep them fighting amongst each other. It's all failed, and now they're lashing out. The Americans, as Ayatollah Khamenei has said very clearly, that they are trying to take revenge on the fact that it's the Hashd al-Shahabi who stopped the Iraqis from actually, stopped the US from actually achieving their objectives with the destruction of the Takfirist element. And I think also the tactical bombing of the bases of the Kataib around Al-Qaim, the only border crossing which I think that the resistance axis has into Syria. The rest of it seems to be controlled by American occupation and forces or whatnot. But this was a very significant thing. To bomb those areas means they were trying to deplete and to disturb the defense of Iraq in a region which is swarming with ISIS and Takfiri remnants. So is it that the Americans wanted to get rid of these forces in order to unleash their proxies yet again? Or is it just simply that they've gone mad and the Israelis are demanding that before Donald Trump faces another uncertain election where he may or may not win, or he may or may not get impeached, whether they thought, we have to go for it now. They've been forced into a situation, or whether it was a premeditated, pre-planned exercise, as an earlier speaker mentioned, that Russian intelligence and others had picked up that there were assassinations that were being planned for high-level generals. Well, we know in October that General Soleimani narrowly escaped an assassination plot which was broken by the Iranian intelligence. I picked up on that while I was in Iran at that time. So there are many, many different options of how we've come to this place, but the fact is we've come here now. Now we are at a point where they've left, I think, the resistance axis no choice but to go on the offensive. Whether the National Security Assembly of Iran is going to take that kind of action remains to be seen, but all the language coming out of Tehran sounds like they're rumbling for a lesson to be dealt out. And the Americans, of course, you can't underestimate them. They have a military force in the region. They have weapons. They have nuclear weapons. So this is not a joke. The international community needs to really pull its socks up and get involved as well, because there's going to be a lot of trouble which is not going to spare even Europe or China or Russia potentially, because if something really kicks off here on the scale that it's totally possible, then we may have a world war on our hands. And that, I don't say that lightly, but it's been the patience of, I think, the Islamic Republic of Iran which has largely meant that that world war hasn't kicked off. But I'm not sure whether that patience has run out. All the red lines have been crossed. Iran is going to give a response. If the Americans respond with more belligerence, more venom, then that's going to get a response in kind. And then if the area burns, then the first thing that could happen is Hormuz itself gets shut down. And the nuclear weapon that the Islamic Republic of Iran has, or the Iraqi resistance has, is that they can block the Hormuz. They don't need a nuclear arsenal. If they just shut down the Hormuz, which they have every capability of doing, the whole world will have 20 or 30% of its oil and its energy supplies shut down overnight, and you will have an economic meltdown globally. That's the game that Trump is playing. He's playing with fire. And I really find it absolutely gobsmackingly, just completely, the mind boggles as to what's going on in the heads of this kind of, this rogue regime, this rogue American, out of control, psychopathic, systemically psychopathic, not just Donald Trump. There's a systemic psychopathy, because if Trump wasn't here, the fact is Clinton would have been here. And Clinton had far worse plans. So let's not delude ourselves that the American establishment is only bad because of Donald Trump and we're here because of Trump and his little neocon fraternity. The fact is, Hillary Clinton or the other Democrats that were incumbents prior to him were not much better. We've been coming to this stage for a very long time, and I just really pray that we don't have to go over the edge, and I pray for the world that we can find some solutions to this. But certainly there's going to be an eye for an eye and a tooth for tooth at this stage, I think, from the Islamic Republic's and the Iraqi mobilization forces' point of view. They simply cannot stand by and allow such a heinous crime to go unpunished.
Well, the commander of Iran's army says General Soleimani's assassination will certainly not remain unanswered. Let's bring our viewers who are just joining us up to date with what's happening now. The commander of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps Quds Force, Major Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani, has been assassinated, leading to his martyrdom by a US airstrike in the Iraqi capital Baghdad, at Baghdad International Airport, within the vicinity of the airport. Reactions from Iran have been very strong, saying that the United States has essentially crossed a red line. Iran's leader saying harsh vengeance awaits criminals behind the martyrdom of General Soleimani. The Iranian foreign minister saying the US act of international terrorism, assassinating Lieutenant General Soleimani, was an extremely foolish escalation. Iran has summoned the Swiss ambassador over the assassination. The Swiss embassy in Tehran represents American interests. Regarding the incident itself, what we know from media reports that have cited spokesmen for the Popular Mobilization Units is that Haj Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis were riding in one car when that vehicle was struck by two missiles launched from an American helicopter while they were on their way from the arrivals hall on the road that leads out to Baghdad airport. And a second vehicle carrying other security officials with the Popular Mobilization Forces was also hit by a third missile fired by an American helicopter. As you can see on the bottom of your screens there, more breaking news. The PMU, the Popular Mobilization Units, the National Wisdom Movement, that's a party in Iraq, a political party, has strongly condemned the US for the recent assassination in what is essentially was a violation, another violation of Iraqi sovereignty. Now, Mr. Grossman, if I can get back to you, we've got US senators saying, Washington's claimed that that it conducted the attack for defensive purposes, while at the same time you've got senators saying that it's going to lead to the deaths of more Americans, and it will have the opposite effect. So in what way is this defensive?
Well, it's not. Obviously, it's not. In fact, I'd make the observation that the United States is now fully into the election season, as for that matter are the Israelis, who have been for some time with the inability of Netanyahu to pull off a win despite repeated pollings. And I think that reality plays no small role in the decision that was taken to carry out this operation. But to suggest that it's defensive is about as absurd as things get. In fact, it's even more absurd than the original claim that was made to justify the 2003 invasion of Iraq. There's simply not a scintilla of evidence to suggest that there's any reason for the United States to take military action against anyone in Iran, or for that matter in Iraq, out of concerns about self-defense. The only people who need to be defending themselves are, of course, Iraqis and Iranians, because it's been clear now for a very long time that the Americans and their regional allies are hell-bent on bringing a fight to them. And I've seen, it's been said in the last few hours that in carrying out this operation, the Americans have literally opened up the gates to hell. That's rather colorful language, but I think apropos. We'll see where it all leads to, but the risks are enormous, as your previous speaker said. There's any number of possibilities that could play out from this, bearing in mind that nobody has a crystal ball, and nobody can take into account how people across the board are going to react at various times to the all too often off-the-cuff military action taken by the United States and the region. Certainly enough is enough. There has to be a line drawn. The lines are clear. They've been crossed. We'll wait to see what happens. It's certainly not for me to suggest what an appropriate response should be. But I dare say there will be, in the fullness of time, an appropriate response. And in the meantime, it's becoming more and more difficult to hold this thing together. Because whatever some people might think, there is no nation in the world that is fully under the control of some government bloc that's able to restrict and limit any and all responses chosen by the people. No nation is a monolithic entity, least of all Iraq and Iran and other nations in the region, and indeed not the United States itself. And the U.S., of course, has a very difficult time controlling the people in its own country, has in recent decades resorted to all manner of tactics which are reminiscent of the kind of fascism that we thought was left behind in the middle of the last century. So it ought to know better than to engage in this lunacy of blaming Iran for every incident that happens in the region while immediately engaging in some kind of a military response. These are not the decisions that you expect from an intelligent and sane individual leading a government.
Right.
And quite frankly, I don't think the problem is Donald Trump either. I think we certainly could have expected a very similar, if not even possibly worse, response had Hillary Clinton.
Grossman, just bear with me. We're going to go to the IRGC spokesman, General Sharif, who's making a statement. Let's listen in.
نمی کنند و ما مطمئن هستیم که شاگردان تربیت یافتگان این فرمانده لایق و شجاع حتما آرمان‌های ایشون رو که همون آرمان‌های ترسیم شده توسط حضرت امام و مقام معظم رهبری است محقق خواهند کرد. سپاه
So the IRGC has many The IRGC has many Qasim Soleimanis. However, the culture in the IRGC does not allow, when we have the presence of its great commanders, to introduce their replacements, but there are many in the big family of the IRGC. We have to say that in the big resistance fronts, which is spreading day by day, and people who know, they understand what I'm talking about. So we in the IRGC, we were so saddened by the news, but our determination to take revenge against the criminal U.S. and Israel will be boosted, and definitely this will happen. We have embarked on a path in the past 40 years to present lots of commanders to the country. Here in this auditorium, introduced the martyrdom of General Tehrani Muqaddam. He was somebody who was talking about the about Israel wiping out from the map. So Qasem Soleimani today, the Israelis and Americans, they acted in a flagrant violation of international norms. They have to know that they will see a very harsh response. I'm telling to the Iranian people, as soon as we transfer the pure body of Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani's body, and we do the funeral, and we surely, in the official statements we will issue, as the leader issued a statement, we take that as the role model. We have learned how to use initiatives and wisdom to take back the enemies and guarantee the interests and security of Iran and the Islamic Revolution.
Well, that was a spokesman for the IRGC, General Sharif, saying the U.S. crime against Iran will not remain unanswered, and that there will certainly be a reaction. He said that Iran is saddened by General Soleimani, but at the same time there are millions of Soleimanis. He also noted that once the body of General Soleimani returns to Iran and a funeral procession will take place, the IRGC will issue another statement, also referring to the assassination as a crime against international law. Now, let's get back to our guest, Syed Abbas. We're seeing the reactions from the popular mobilization units. Let's not forget their deputy leader has also been martyred, and the popular mobilization forces are calling on their members to, quote, be ready after the assassination of the resistance leaders. And they've also said that the assassination of General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis will open new horizon for the resistance. What do you think the popular mobilization forces means when it says to be ready? Are they calling on their members to get prepared for a possible conflict with the US, which the popular mobilization forces has always referred to them as an occupying power, which it wants to expel from the country? Syed Abbas, you there? No? Okay, we've lost Syed Abbas. Syed Abbas, you there?
I can hear you.
Okay, Syed Abbas, just touching on the popular mobilization units, they've called on all members of the popular mobilization forces and all the units and factions that make up the popular mobilization forces to, quote, be ready after the US assassination of the resistance leaders. What do you think they're referring to here? Are they calling on their members to be ready for a possible conflict, urban warfare with the US? Let's not forget that the force has always referred to the United States as an occupying power and has called for the US forces to be expelled ASAP from the country.
Well, if they didn't realize they were at war with these fiends from the American establishment, then now they do, and they are already at war. If the killing of Agha Muhandis is a declaration of war in their eyes, then of course this is a formal, if you like, beginning. But let's also not forget that the Americans have been piping up about how they were going to carry out preemptive attacks. They had already calculated this, and many of us thought when Bolton left office that perhaps it was a dumbing down of the whole procedure, and Trump wouldn't he might actually make good on his promise that he was going to withdraw troops. But everything has been a complete, if you like, either a complete subterfuge from the American establishment, a ruse, pretending that they were going to pull out, not do anything, not taking actions that they said that they would, and now suddenly they've gone full throttle. So there's no guarantee that the Americans will not be launching further attacks. So let's not just think about the response that the Islamic Republic or the PMUs are going to give. There's every likelihood and every danger that the Americans will follow up their folly with further stupidity and actually target maybe other individuals. So of course the popular mobilization units now have to be fully mobilized. That's their purpose, that's their job, and I believe the Americans have a choice. I'm not sure of the exact total number of American troops in that region. What I do know is that they've got a force of 4,000 which was ready to be deployed, 500 to 750 of which have already been deployed, Marines that have already come into the green zone and evidently taken over certain areas of that green zone. They also have helicopters flying above, balloons are being floated up to sort of undermine any kind of heat-seeking missiles that might come through, because their helicopters are buzzing around in the air, and those helicopters have also been flying over the Islamic Republic of Iran's embassy there. So there's clearly a war footing, and those Marines have been told that there's a war footing. So the Americans are on a war footing quite clearly. They've also alerted their rapid deployment force, which is already deployed in Kuwait. I think 500 troops were already deployed out there. So they're already well into that process of being if you like, at war. I think the Iraqi people need to know that they are in that state. They need to recognize that they are in a state of war, but then the Iraqis will probably fire back at me that we've been at war for the last 3 decades. Where have you been? Well, that's the truth. They've been at war because the Americans brought war to Iraq. They brought war to a region where first they propped up a tyrant, a dictator, Saddam Hussein, got him to start another war with the Islamic Republic of Iran, lost over 1 million Iraqis and Iranians, partly as a result of chemical warfare and using every other kind of disgusting weapon that the Americans and their allies could give to Saddam. Having completed that diabolical first Gulf War, because I count that as the first Gulf War. The second one was when the shock and awe that the Americans promised was brought home to Saddam, because he had outlived his usefulness and he was maybe piping up a bit too much. Whatever the reasons were, they came in, and since then Iraq has known no peace. I don't know of another place other than Afghanistan where more people have had to suffer bombing on a daily basis, murdering, maiming, killing, torturing, all of it instigated by the likes of Tony Blair.
Syed Mohsin Abbas, thank you. We've got some breaking news reaching us here regarding, and it's coming from Baghdad, and it's regarding the popular cleric there, Syed Muqtada Sadr, who in a tweet said that after the US airstrike on that assassinated General Soleimani, Muqtada Sadr has reactivated his the Mahdi army. That was the force that fought many battles with the United States during the early days of the US invasion of Iraq. Muqtada Sadr has also called on his he's given orders on his followers to be ready to defend Iraq. The cleric has also said that the targeting of General Soleimani is the targeting of jihad and resistance and opposition, but will not weaken the resolve of Iraqis or the region for that matter. that's in a statement from his office, is also the cleric is also mourning the death of Iran's Soleimani. I think the biggest reaction from that, the biggest story, is that Iraq's Sadr has reactivated his anti-US Mehdi army after the US airstrikes that assassinated and led to the martyrdom of Iran's General Soleimani and Iraq's military leader Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. Washington saying that President Trump ordered the potentially really game-changing attack that led to the assassinations of the high-ranking military figures. Major General Qasem Soleimani is the commander of the Quds Force of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, and the Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis is the second in command of the Popular Mobilization Units. So, I mean, he's the second in command. The leader of the Popular Mobilization Units deals with the PMUs, with the forces, administrative, legal, parliamentary, reaction, dealing with the government. Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis is the military, essentially the military leader of the whole force, and he really is, according to Iraqi analysts and observers, very admired by all factions of the Popular Mobilization Forces. And at least we forget the Popular Mobilization Forces has a quota system, despite US attempts to portray the force as a Shia militia. It actually has a quota system. It has a Christian brigade, the Babylon brigades. It has more Sunnis than in the there are more Sunni Muslims in the Popular Mobilization Forces than there are in the regular Iraqi army. Now, Barry Grossman, are you still there?
Yes.
Mr. Grossman, we've got reaction from US presidential hopefuls, Democratic presidential hopefuls. The Vermont senator saying that the US action is, quote, moves the US action today, earlier today, moves Washington, or moves the United States closer to, quote, another disastrous war in the Middle East. We heard from Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, who said such actions can get more Americans killed. He called it a real pressing and grave worry. Senator Elizabeth Warren, another Democratic presidential hopeful, called the assassination a reckless move that escalates the situation in the region and increases the likelihood of more deaths and conflicts. What do you make of these reactions coming out from the United States, opposing the move by President Trump and the White House?
Well, look, I don't take those. I've seen those statements, and I certainly don't take them as being any kind of serious opposition or denouncement of the decision taken by President Trump. I interpret them simply as political rhetoric. The Democrat Party's position on Iran remains opaque at best. We've certainly not heard very much at all from Democratic Party primary candidates about their position on the Joint Plan of Action, for example, and on President Trump's imposition of more and more sanctions against Iran. We also know full well that their candidate, their presidential candidate in 2016, Hillary Clinton, was very committed to taking the fight to Iran. So frankly, I see the statements that have been forthcoming as being nowhere near clear and forceful enough. I don't take them seriously. I think it's just political rhetoric, the kind that we would expect in an election climate. The fact that none of them have the political will, the courage, or the commitment to principle that's required to simply come straight out and denounce this action for what it is, I think says as much about them as it does about the situation. We cannot look to the Democrats for a better deal. That's my opinion. In fact, I think ultimately there's no point in looking to the Americans for anything except for a one-way ticket out of the region. That's the long and the short of it.
Okay, Mr. Barry Grossman, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. I'd also like to thank our guest in London, Syed Mohsin Abbas, for his contribution.